And that's why Mind Flayers make really great barbers, though I don't recommend it. And with that, hello and welcome to Critical Dice, to our brand new D&D campaign. We are so excited to be here. I'm streaming like a big boy, and it should be a really good time. It is D&D night for sure. I'm making sure that you guys have audio. Yep. Okay. I have audio. All right. This is looking good. Yay.
Amazing.
Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for people who have been resubbing and all the familiar names from so many different chats. It's so good to see you guys. Let's do some introductions. Why don't we go ahead and start with Jackie? Why don't you introduce yourself, where to find you, and who you'll be playing tonight?
Hi everyone, my name is Jackie. You guys can find me on most socials under the username Jackie_Ilana_Chan. And then I think it's like Ilana Jackie on X/Twitter. But I will be playing Sageburner tonight, my Axa Lodling Paladin Wizard combo. So I'm happy to be here.
And new-ish to the channel, but longtime friend, GW.
Hey guys, I'm GW. You can find me on IG and Twitter under GW005, 2B's, 2 zeros. You can also find me on Mondays on Fable 42, where I am DM'd by MZ Dusty in her horror-themed campaign as a little scared little guy. But today, I'll be playing the Owl, who is my Soul Knife rogue.
Nice. And let's go over to Dag.
G'day guys, my name's Michael. I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. I'm a content creator from Perth, Western Australia, specializing in, well, doing whatever this happens to be. Super happy to be here, and today
I will be selecting Storm, West of Mystery, and a complicated appetite for all things arcade.
What?
Yeah. An appetite for all things arcane. That mic was clipping. That was clipping a little bit there. It's pretty hard to understand. So if you're using the same thing I've looked at, you might want to just really project, and that usually helps it.
all right, I'll project.
But I also love that. And finally, we have our good friend, Lightbox Gnome.
Oh, hi. Good to see you there. I'm Lightbox Gnome. You can find me Lightbox Gnome on the places where you can find Lightbox Gnome, specifically lightboxgnome.com.
Is that a thing?
I'm playing I don't know. I'm playing I'm playing Von Basithia. And he's a rogue, not a rogue. He's a monk. Sorry, I'm so used to playing rogues.
We were all shocked.
Hey, get off my toes! Get off my toes, man!
No, he's a monk. I can't believe it's not rogue. He is a monk of mercy, because he's a real just jolly guy. He's just a real jovial dude, and he is here to see whatever happens and most likely enjoy it, and also. I'm going to have to go to the bathroom soon, so it's going to be great. Let's get this done.
And don't mind me, I'm just on GoDaddy.com, not sponsored, just double checking something real quick. Don't worry about it. And I'm Jason Russell. You can find me at Critical Dice on Instagram and heaven help us TikTok, and also now Twitch, because it's cascading. Not only have I gotten on Twitch recently, I also got on Snapchat recently because I have a 15-year-old daughter, so I'm just being yanked into everything.
Look at you go.
I know, right? But tonight is D&D night, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Let me show you guys some other things you can do with the crit coins. Chat never change. You got the monster drop funded before we even went live for realsies. Your usual stuff down there. But we also have, you can do a D6 of inspiration, and it'll prompt you to say who it's for. You can inspire me as well. A D6 of elemental damage, so one of the elements, classic elements, you can add to a weapon. A luck point, so it's a classic reroll, or a healing potion that is the mundane healing potion, the low tier version of that. So there you go. You can do that at any time, and I think that might be it. Yeah, I can't believe we've done this.
Quick with it. It's professional.
We're pros. Yeah, totally. We're
Super professionals. So profesh. Okay, so I think we're going to get into it. I think what we're going to do is we're going to start with you, GW.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay. Ow. Oh, not yet. I'm sorry.
Not yet.
Pineapple.
So I think we find your character in a somewhat uncomfortable situation. I think we did talk about this just a little bit before the stream started, because I wanted to give each of you a little bit of a snapshot. And this is not me looking back through what we chatted about, because I can't remember now suddenly. Yeah, I think that you are actually, you find yourself at a, well, how about this, GW? I don't want to make, I realize I'm about to make like backstory choices for you here. So let's do this. What's an uncomfortable situation your character, the owl, would find themselves in, desperate to get out of at almost any cost?
Probably some old, like ancient person who just can't stop talking about something that happened to them a bajillion years ago, and it's just droning on, and I'm doing that thing where like, oh, okay, well, I try to go, and then they keep on talking like, okay, all right,
So you have to understand, this was after the first war, but the second war hadn't started yet. Now, in those days, BGs were known as Jimmies, and that's important to the story. You'll see very soon.
Okay,
And
well, it was nice meeting you. I think I have to.
it was that time that I met my wife, Geraldine. And this has been going on about 10 minutes. You have no idea if there is a thread in here or if it's just like a crochet ball that's just come unraveled and been intermixed to a, unrecoverable position. And this is just kind of out front. It's at night. The sun's just gone down, and you have better places to be. And this guy's in front of this little cafe and has started talking your ear off. In fact, he actually just sat down at the table you were at. And now, it's kind of hard to leave. Give me a perception check.
Ooh, gladly.
Let's get those rolls starting early.
Let's go. Where's my? Ooh, here it is. All right, so. Okay, well that's not fantastic, but it's not horrible. Let's see. Perception. Total of 14.
14. I think you can see that people are starting to leave the cafe. It's getting kind of late. It's one of those places that kind of closes like at 5 or 6. And you see someone like walk out and close the door behind them. And you kind of catch a little like flash of light in the corner of your eye back to the door where that person had just left, and kind of like do a little double take. And when the door closed, you see this rim of white light just run across the seam between the door and the doorposts. And it's like kind of glowing. It's not ominous, but strange. It is almost welcoming. And you see the door kind of go and open up just a little bit, and that white welcoming light opens up even more.
I have got to get away from the skeezer. I'm gonna look at him as he's rambling on. Hey, is that a Butterworth candy over there?
No, Butterworths. Oh, wait. I haven't had those since after the Second War. And you just
run.
and you just jump through, and you hear the door click behind you, and you are just, you feel like this, like someone put you, like a giant put you in a sling and swung you in a big circle as you got hit 3-point on a warm wooden floor. Let's jump now to Cole.
Oh, jeez.
Lightbox, you find yourself in something that you were required to go to, which is the only reason you wanted to be there. And you had to be there. And it is a kind of like a town council kind of thing. And you had to be there like as a representative. Someone thought it was a good idea, but clearly you don't. And they're going through like the minutes of last meeting, which turns out was just a rager of a town council meeting. They decided to plant more azaleas.
Oh, come on. Azaleas? Those mess with my nose.
Is that out loud?
Yes.
That's actually a perspective we haven't heard yet. Perhaps instead of moving to new business, we should revisit the azalea question.
No,
I know
wait.
that there was heated debate last time, and with our distinguished colleague here visiting, I think we should hear this as well. Let's take a brief recess. And
recess, please.
take a brief recess, and we'll jump right into that. Remember, there are finger foods there in the back provided by the 5-H Club. And it's at that point you're like, I think, up and just like looking for a bathroom or a closet or just something, anything.
Wait, what finger foods do they have there?
Cucumber sandwiches and a charcuterie board, but all the meats are like cube shaped. So it's a charcuterie.
Are the sandwiches on like a platter or something?
Yes, they are.
I'm just gonna take the platter and walk out.
The whole platter?
Yeah. Just
give me a perception check, or do you not care?
I don't care.
Awesome.
I'm walking straight to it, picking it up, and walking out the door.
Yeah, you walked out the front door, and it seems awfully bright outside, and just close it behind you, and you feel that same lurching sensation in your stomach as you land somewhere that you were not expecting. It's like you tripped on like a toy train and like biffed it. Sage. It's hot. It's really hot. You were trying, I think, to catch up to some of your friends who had gone out into the desert a few months ago to investigate an issue. And in fact, you had heard that one of your friends was needing some help finding a lost family member or something.
Guys, wait!
And
Wait for me!
and you kind of got directions where to go when we're not expecting the vast expanse of the desert. And you find yourself in this like town with stone walls, maybe about 20 feet high, encasing it in the middle of the desert in an oasis. And the only thing you know to look for is that there was some kind of carnival or circus that they were headed to. And you are, to put it mildly, droopy. Also, hydrate.
Yes, make sure to hydrate, chat. I feel like the little gills on Sage's face are just like flopped over, so she started to like swing them onto like her head to keep her eyes shaded, and she's using her hat to just be like, Aki, Lucifer, Archeon, where are you? I'm going to do a perception check to see if I can find them in this really weird stone town that I came across, because this does not look like a carnival. I thought they had tents. Not brick buildings.
Go for it.
Okay. Let's see. 14 plus 1 is 15.
15, very good. You're looking around and you do see a couple of old flyers that have kind of like long since fallen down and are kind of like almost like fully pasted over, or some of them are like, doing a little like dog-eared thing where like just the bottoms are attached still. It seems like it's been a while since then. And you also hear a voice say, "Oh, looking for the carnival?"
Eh.
And it's a largish man, maybe gray-toned skin, bald-headed, seems to be a Goliath of some sort.
Is it Cayman?
No, it's not Cayman. Though you're right not to put it past me.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh. Stranger danger! And I'm gonna run.
It's like that is.
Or at least I'm gonna try to run at least.
That's totally fine. That's totally fine. He's just gonna like watch. It's like that is the weirdest camel I've ever seen. And I think as you're like running through, you see a nearby shop. And you see the shop owner kind of like walk out, close the door behind him, and he's like busy himself, like doing stuff right by his stall. And so you know that door is unlocked, and probably no one's that way. Or you could try to go out into the open square.
No, I'm gonna try and hide. So covered in sand, because Sage is literally an axolotl, so she's like normally kind of like slick, so the sand is sticking to her, so she kind of looks like a sprinkled little treat, just kind of like
you look a peep.
A little peep running through the sand and like scurrying up the stairs, and I'm going to attempt to get through the door past the shop owner.
Awesome. Yeah, you grab the handle and jump up and kind of pull it down just in time for like, hey, wait, don't go in there. That's not. And you open the door and it's just flooded with this white light. And you feel yourself pulled in as you can hear the voice recede somewhere off into the distance with kind of like a tone shift of some sort. And you feel like you're flying, and you come to land on a hard wood floor. So, I made these alerts so that I would know when people like sub and stuff, and I made them funny because I think that they're funny. And man, they're so distracting, but thank you for the sub. But this is my bed. I'm gonna sleep in it. Dag. Where did you go to sleep last night?
Zelexi finds a small alleyway. He knows is frequented by the homeless and will often use them as just abandoned tents where people who are otherwise invisible to society tend to linger.
Mm-hmm. All right, excellent. So you kind of like just found a corner and cozied up, or you commandeered a tent?
I'll leave that to your imagination.
Great. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
I think you actually do find a tent that is empty, and you kind of post up in there thinking, well, either this has been abandoned or the owner will come back and I'll have something to do. I think that when you wake up, it's still quite late, maybe the wee hours of the morning, and you can hear a crowd coming down the alley. They sound angry. And I think if you pop your head out of the tent, and I just remembered that I'm imagining like the zipper, like pup tents. I'm like, no, this is fantasy. It's like a flaps. Okay. And you can see a crowd of maybe 20, 30 people, and they literally have pitchforks and torches. And you can hear little snippets that make you feel like, it's better than even odds. They might be looking for you. Even if they don't know it's you, they might be looking for you.
Zelexi is not unfamiliar with this particular story as it plays out. Very quickly, he gathers what very little belongings he has and begins to make his way. As he does so, he walks past one of the homeless people that is nearby. As he does so, I want to cast a spell.
Okay.
I want to cast the spell Friend on this individual.
Okay. All right.
What friend does is it gives me advantage on all charisma checks directed at a creature of my choice who isn't hostile towards me. As I do so, I want to whisper into his ear. Basically,
Found you. Find out.
It's not coming through at all, man. It's being glitchy as
okay,
heck.
no, never mind. That's okay. I tried. Let me try this. Hold on, wait.
The natural way.
Yeah, the natural way.
They're coming for you. Quickly. Run.
Yeah, give me a persuasion check?
Yeah, I'll take it.
I'd also take intimidation.
Let's go with intimidate. Oh,
Yeah, because you're not the one intimidating, but intimidation is on the table.
that is a natural 20
Yay!
Oh, crap.
Bwah, 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 bwah.
for a 25.
25, yeah. He looks bolt upright, and he says a single phrase. He says, "They know," and starts taking off down the alleyway, and starts screaming like, "No, you'll never catch me!" And a couple of the people from the crowd kind of see that and start to peel off that direction down like kind of a perpendicular alleyway to that. But there still is a significant portion of the crowd that seems intent on doing kind of a dragnet of sorts, a sweep of this alley to make sure they don't miss anything.
Yeah, so I'm gonna pull my hood over my leathery face and continue to make my way opposite to them, trying to outmaneuver them, looking for any opportunity I can to disappear into the dark.
Excellent. Dag, you also have a D6 of Inspel from chat. Yeah, I think that as you're kind of like scooping by, especially with this distraction, you're kind of getting through the crowd, maybe even kind of like are not even like trying to go face forward, but kind of turning sideways. So people in the confusion might think you're actually going the same direction as them at a different speed, until there's one person who, and I just rolled a 19, grabs your arm and flips you around, and his face is full of anger. And then he sees your face and it turns to fear, which quickly returns back to anger. And he's about to yell out to the rest of the crowd, saying, "It's him! I got him! This is it!" What do you want to do?
Ooh, has he said something already?
Yeah, I think he has.
Okay.
The first thing was like, "Ah!" So,
All right. In which case, killing him is pointless at this point. But what I am going to do is I'm going to place a 3-fingered hand onto his shoulder.
my thoughts to
And
your
as
thoughts.
And close. I'm going to slowly start putting pressure on him. And as I do so, I'm going to double his current weight as I start to put pressure onto him and pull him off me. And then like very, not gently, but with a reasonable amount of force for whatever kind of wizard I happen to be, use my tendrils to basically just pry him off me and then place him on the ground. But with my adjust density power, I get advantage on my abilities. And with my tendrils, I get to use my intelligence in place of strength.
All right, great. So what are you doing? Are you just making a break for it?
Yeah, I'm basically, because he's grabbed hold of me, and look, I'm not a strong man physically, so this is the way I'm getting past, We're trying to get this guy off me.
Yeah,
Um,
I think with the intense weight and the kind of horror on his face with all this, I think you'd be able to break away no problem. Getting away from the crowd, however, might be a different story. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you're running.
Okay. Oh, that's a 9.
Perfect. So I think that you see another perpendicular alleyway just up ahead. You dash down it, and too late realize that it's a dead end. There's a couple of like back entrances to some stores and things, and then just you realize like, oh no, you kind of turn back and there's already like 3 or 4 people at the top of the alleyway gesturing for people to head over towards them. But there are 2 or 3 doors here as well that you could always try.
I'm gonna try one of the doors. Yeah, absolutely. I pick door number 3. Yes.
They all lead the same place.
Dang it. I walk through the door and I see 2 other doors next to me. I'm like, God damn it.
No. I got you. You know, and it's just a maintenance closet, no exits. So you open the other door. No, so yeah, you open the door, and at first you're kind of surprised with the light, thinking maybe this is like a well-lit like tavern or a business of some kind, and you almost are pulled in as you hear the crowd in the distance just kind of fade away, and you land with a lurch, kind of on your knees in this hallway with wood paneling, floor to ceiling. There is a rich carpet on the ground. There are a couple of end tables like you'd see in a fancy foyer. Along the walls, some tapestries hanging from the top, and 3 other people who also seem a bit discombobulated. A axolotling, a human, and another human, you guess? And this is where you guys all kind of land at the same time, and you all hear the same door behind you close with a click. What do you guys do?
Are we dead?
I'm not dead. Are you dead?
Are you dead? He immediately points it and Selexi.
Last I checked, no.
Well,
When we look at Zelexi, do we see like tentacles from the face and whatnot?
Why don't you go ahead and describe yourself for us, Alexi?
So Zelexi is a robed individual. His tentacles aren't visible at present, but his lower jaw does look very bizarre. His skin is purple, bluish, with a leathery kind of texture. And for anyone who's watched Blade 3, he's got like a split literally right between his jaw, where
The tentacles are unfurled?
they unfurl, yeah. His eyes, however, are probably the most noteworthy thing that are unusual, as they sit in pits that are larger than the eyes themselves. And he does wear a kind of like almost like a half mask underneath the hood, mostly trying to conceal as much direct skin. You also see that he carries a staff in one hand, and his hand itself has only filled a thumb and what looks to be maybe 3 fingers, with like kind of like bits of it that just sort of hang loose. Like it's clearly a like disguised glove to make it look like he's got 5 fingers when he in fact does not.
Noted. As I absorb this entity's disguise, I'm going to say, you're not from around here, are you?
where is around here?
I don't know. And I almost step on Sage. I don't know. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Just see like this sand pile with like a wizard's hat on it, and as soon as you like step on it, the hat goes poof, and then you just see this hat scurrying on the ground. A little bit of sand.
There's rodents.
I'm gonna need that fan art on my desk along with pictures of Spider-Man by Monday. Thank you.
and then you see like little webbed fingers catch like the rim of the hat and go, and then there's like a bunch of sand that comes out, and like this little axolotling just shakes herself and
Well, that's new.
Hi,
Oh, it's
Sage
off.
Burner. Ah. Nice to meet you. Where are we?
As Sage like looks up at me and gets like a full look since she's not like covered in sand. You see this very like young adult human man with mahogany skin and kind of shaved sides of the head, and on top are like braids that's kind of like pulled back really tight with a couple kind of like framing the face. My eyes are extremely noticeable. They are a bright purple. They're kind of speckled. It's kind of like marbleized black, white, and purple eyes. And you see that I am wearing this very dark gray attire with like accents of purple. And I have like kind of like this huge, like feathered mantle that kind of like goes down into two parts of like a mini cape. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know where we are. But it's better than where I came from. I literally just had to sit through 15 minutes of some old man just rambling on about nothing. I'm gonna start looking around this area.
Vaughn's
What's your
gonna.
name?
You can call me the owl.
Nice to meet you.
What was yours?
Sage.
Sage. And I look at the figure that's been cloaked with his like half mask. And what was yours again?
It didn't say.
Fair enough. And I look over at the last person here.
You want a sandwich? He offers you a cucumber sandwich.
I'll take one.
I I slowly take one.
Vaughn just immediately just goes around and hands each of you a sandwich that he's taken off this platter.
Yeah. He
Vaughn-
stuck the landing, didn't drop a single one.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
of course.
Nailed
Food
it.
is important.
Thank
Um,
you.
Vaughn, as he hands you these sandwiches, you can see a little bit closer now as he comes up to you. He's just about 6 feet tall. He's very pale, but on closer inspection, it's like a sickly pale. Like you can almost see, like you can really see the cheekbones through his skin, the rib cage. Like he's wearing a half-open collar shirt. The clothing he's wearing seems like at one point it was very fine, but has since been almost tattered and like patched up in certain spots. It's all dark blues, purples with gold trim around the edges, almost like what a nobleman would wear, but a nobleman eons ago. He has a blank or mostly blank white mask with 2 eye holes in it, very featureless mask hanging from his hip. And he has these bright green eyes that almost have this ethereal glow to them. And black hair with small, like, white speckles in it. Very, very unnatural individual on closer inspection. But very friendly demeanor. And he hands each of you a sandwich. and
Sage,
goes back
like,
to you.
takes half her sandwich and hands it to you.
I think you need this more. You look tired.
Are you sick?
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry. I don't actually need to eat food. I've just it's a new trick. It's a new trick. My body is giving me new tricks every day. You know what? He gets down kind of on his knees in front of Sage to like get on her eye level. You know what's funny? Recently I've discovered not only I don't need food, I don't need like sleep really either, or like breathing. I thought that was funny. I don't. He kind of stands up a little bit.
Yeah, I think before you do, Sage just like politely puts the sandwich down, but then just like opens her mouth to see if you have fangs.
Well,
Are you a vampire?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
What a weird trick.
Nutritionists
vampire?
hate him. This one weird trick. Sorry.
then you see like her open her mouth after you ask that, and literally it's just gums. She doesn't have teeth.
So, taking advantage of the fact that everyone is currently concerned about the vampire, Zalexi is going to take a moment to gain his bearings. Obviously, I kind of figure we're still in the same city, I guess, as I was before. I'm gonna go listen to the door that I came in from to see if I can still hear the mob.
Yeah, there's no sound on the other side. And as you kind of look around, Zalexi, I think you can see in this really kind of maybe 40, 50 foot long hallway, there's doors all along the side and on either side. And then there seems to be a larger opening near at the end of that, like a hall or a living room or parlor or something. But there's no noise coming from the door you came through.
Did Zalexi get a sandwich?
You would have been offered one, yes.
Zalexi would have politely refused, just with like a hand gesture more than anything else. Zalexi then says,
Well, this has been an experience, to say the least.
Good to meet you
But
too.
likewise. But I'm going to make my way forward. I don't wish to spend my day in this hallway.
Okay, lead the way.
No, I meant I.
She's already like latched onto your staff.
Okay.
Von's just standing behind you, like in a
They're
line.
queuing up to form a line.
strangely enough, you see this slight pink rosiness come over his cheeks as Zalexi like kind of melts a little bit, but then quickly shakes his head and will make his way towards the door at the very far end.
Yeah, so at the very far end is more of an opening with no doorway, with a doorway with no door that leads to a larger, well-lit room. One of the things you guys can notice too as you're walking down these 40, 50 feet is that there are doors on either side, maybe a dozen on each, and none of the doors match the decor of this hallway. Some of them are stone doors. Some of them are rounded at the top. Some of them are square, made of metal. Others of simple wood, like a house door. It is a panoply, a collage of, like, if this was a museum of like doors throughout the ages, this would be that exhibit. But at the end, as you kind of like get to Zalexi, you get to the archway and you kind of look in. There is a massive opening here. I don't think you have seen a room this large outside of a temple or perhaps a gladiatorial arena. We're talking maybe 100 by 100 feet larger, maybe. Enough of that it echoes as your feet kind of hit the floor. And in here, there appears to be multiple tables off on each side with a large opening as though they're preparing for a dance or something. There is a bit of a stage on one side or like a dais of some kind that leads up, and there is a kind of a curtain at the end of that. On the other side, more towards the kind of center of the space, but a little off to the side, is a kind of raised platform with a large like a disc, almost like for bathing or for religious purposes. Is probably a good 10 feet across, very shallow. And there appears to be no one else here. And you can see some other hallways branching off some of these walls. This place, wherever you are, is absolutely massive.
Did the owl
So-
follow us?
Yeah, Al, did you go? Okay.
So from the outside, looking into where the door was, this building is like a TARDIS. Like it looks way bigger than the building that I saw myself go into.
Yeah, in the city you were in, there's nothing this size.
Yeah. Okay.
Do we see any? So there's a stage with curtains, and do we see like other doorways in this big space? Are there other doorways? Is there like a staircase?
Go ahead and give me perception or investigation.
Let's see what we got here. Natural 20.
Hey, hey,
Fun of the campaign.
Yeah, so there only seems to be hallways off of this large hall, but you can see as you're kind of looking for it in some of especially the hallway right across from you and off to the side and across from you, that there appears to be doors in those hallways too, much in the same mishmash style of the hallway you just came out of, as well. And I think also with that roll, you would see that the kind of stage or dais altar kind of platform where that curtain is, you do detect a little bit of movement.
I kind of throw my hands up to everyone to kind of like stay still. And I'm actually, without saying anything, I'm going to look at all three of you. Like you're going to see my purple eyes glow, like just the irises. And I'm going to look at all three of you. And in the back of your mind, you hear, I heard something over there. Shh.
Before we go any further, Dag, is there anything I need to know vis-a-vis what he's doing right now?
No.
What a weird question. Why would you ask me that? Yeah.
No, I'm not going to do anything right now. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
I'll let that be.
Just letting you know. All right, cool.
Okay.
I'm good. After I mentally say that to everyone, I say, shh, we can talk like this. And I am going to, if I can, I'm going to try to be very quiet. I'm going to try to stealth to where I saw the movement on the stage.
Great. Go ahead and give me a stealth roll. And if you guys can, if you're doing something that's telepathic, just put your hand to your head so I know. Otherwise, I'll take it that it's being said out loud.
All right. And
Cool.
I have a ability that, well, yeah, I'll wait for it. I do have a ability that if I fail a roll, I can add a die to it. So I'll wait to see if I fail or not. But my stealth roll came to a total of 16.
16?
If I failed, I can add something to it.
Yeah, so you feel like you're being pretty stealthy. You don't see any alarming or like bolting motion from behind the curtain, and you're able to kind of hit where there's like those carpets, those like runners and large carpets to kind of muffle your footsteps. So I think that you're good there. You don't think you've been detected in any way.
Okay, I want to get like right up to as close as I can to where I saw the movement, and then once I do, I'm going to do something.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything while he's being sneaky sneak?
Can I just,
Go ahead, you
there-
first.
Can I, because we've just seen nothing but doors in this area. Like, this is just a building of doors. Can I try and, like, just remember if I've heard or read anything about a building of doors that's in some way magical, or I feel like this amount of doors would be notable somewhere.
Interesting. Give me a history check.
Digital dice?
But
I
like,
should have done that.
give me a history check.
You're smart, right?
No. That's why I have dice, so I don't have to think. Digital dice rolled me an 11 on that.
An 11. There's some things like this, like there's like a place called the Tower of Doors, but it's like, maybe 5 stories tall and round and not near this big. But nothing's really striking a chord with you. And being a noble, I think you'd be like, if this was my crib, everybody would know about this.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
So you get something on the failure there, like, yeah. Sage?
I think after the owl mentioned, wait. Do we know how far away it is?
It's like a good 80 feet.
Darn it. Okay. Okay. I'd like to stealth 20 feet in that direction.
That's fine. You got time.
Team.
Yes, I think Sage at this point had like crawled up the staff to kind of like sit on like the hand of Zelexi, and then now she's like in stealth mode. So then she like grabs the
owl's leg,
the rod, and then just like goes down the rod real quick, just and then is just literally
like a fireman's pole.
Yeah, literally just on the ground again. You guys just see again the hat just scurrying. Okay.
Okay.
Right?
And when you get in range, what is it that you're doing?
I would like to cast Divine Sense. It has a range of 60 feet, and I can detect good and evil of the location of any celestial, fiend, undead.
Excellent. Go ahead and make me the stealth check first.
Okay, that's with a disadvantage because she has armor.
Yep,
I know. Oh my god! It's fine. They were both ones. That's so Sage. It's fine. So the hat is scurrying, but you hear the jingling of her armor just underneath the hat.
Oh, so
20
good.
feet that way. Yeah.
And I think Owl, like, you hear that and like kind of stop and like look back, like, what do you do?
I can't
And
see you. The hat's over me. I'm so stealthy.
and there is a booming, echoing voice that fills the chamber that says, "Heroes, you have been summoned for a great task. Will you accept this burden and this honor?" Sage, if you want to cast, you can still cast.
I still do, yeah.
Go for it.
Okay. Well, I it just happens.
Oh, great. Okay, so and what does it detect? It's alignment
with-
and what else?
Yeah. So within 60 feet, I can detect good and evil, and I can sense anything affected by either the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial, fiend, or undead.
Celestial, fiend, or undead. Cool. So, G-Dub, real quick, are you good aligned? Okay, so that answered that.
I neutral.
Okay. Yeah, you get a 404 error on the owl. And I think Vaughn is in range as well. Vaughn, pink. Cool. And you can actually detect there are 3 good aligned creatures somewhere just behind the curtain. And they are somewhere in the size range between you and Vaughn.
And right
And
after
luck point to Sage.
Thank you.
I feel like right after Sage would do that, just naturally, and after I just heard like this booming voice all around us, I'm gonna just like take the curtain and go shh. Like what's behind here? Who's talking?
You shake it
Who's
back?
talking? Yeah, I just shoot.
So just real quick, just to fill the space here, as they're all doing this, you've all noticed that Zelexi hasn't moved, hasn't gone on alert, hasn't defended himself, hasn't stealthed. He's literally sitting there and quietly thinking to himself, whatever entity had the power to draw us from 4 separate locations simultaneously in a house that is effectively a mansion filled with pocket dimensions is likely so far beyond the scope of our abilities to do anything that we are currently at the behest and mercy of whatever powerful being and entity calls this place home. And he's watching, first of all, Owl sneaking up on this curtain, this very obvious curtain here, and then Sage clanging behind while he's just sitting there watching them and just wondering, I wonder if there are any traps as the curtains whiz open. And as it does so, very quietly just casts mage armor on himself.
I do have a quick question. When you were thinking, when you had that internal monologue, was that on the social line, or was that just like your own personal thing?
The last line definitely was I wonder if that curtain's trapped. Just as you.
Yeah. It's at the same time where it's like your arm's already in motion. It's too late, and you're like, ah, crap. And the booming voice is still talking, and it says, "Your help is needed to." And the curtain opened, and it's like, and
Don't mind the man behind the curtain.
basically, yeah. And there are 3 creatures and 3 sets of eyes stop and like look at you, kind of up at you, and you see floating in front of you 3 creatures with tentacles of various colors. They have like a pita bread shaped body, and their eyes are up on stalks. I almost said stalk. It is 3 flumps.
Do I recognize any of them?
No.
Oh, okay. Hi.
They're like, when we hi.
That was you, huh? Yeah.
There's no chance we could get like a do-over or something.
No,
and like
no.
you guys could go back out, and we had a whole thing.
Nope.
And like the red tinted one's like, yeah, it was actually a really great speech. Are you sure?
We'll listen. Go ahead.
Sage is over on the ground playing with her feet because ever since she felt that there were 3 like good people, she's like,
Okay, it's fine.
and she's just like on her butt, just playing with her feet as like a toddler would.
Owl just crosses his arms and like leans up against the wall. Like, go ahead.
And the green one's like, why do you guys try this every time? Like, this almost never works. It almost never works. I mean, it worked on the druid, but that was it. But I still am not sure he should have joined. All right. The green one kind of like floats forward, and all of this is like in your guys' heads. Almost like a broadcast as opposed to a connection. And they're like, all right, look. You're probably wondering why you're all here.
Yeah.
We're going to make it real simple. Welcome to the hall. It's just the hall. This is a place that can lead to all the other places. Towns, planets, planes of existence. It's incredibly convenient for the work that we do here. And the blue one's like, yes, which is the scope and the scale is so immense. That's why it needed a proper speech. And the red one's just like, yeah, but actually, so want to apologize. Didn't mean to like pull all of y'all specifically. It's just kind of how it works. But we're really hoping you could help us out.
Who were you looking to pull?
Heroes that the universe needs.
Oh, ouch. Yeah, okay. Ouch.
Or you hurt? Like a tentacle like raises up and starts to glow.
Don't touch me. Don't touch me. And I'm gonna like turn my back and like walk back to the rest of everyone off the stage.
So the 3 of them float kind of like on this like platform, and And the blue one again is just like, so okay, we're not gonna do this beach, I guess, but we could really use all of your help. This is the hall, and we help protect the world, all the worlds, from darkness, and we're really good at figuring out the darkness and when things are going to go really, really bad, but we're not really equipped for that part. There's already a question, and like the green one's like, what?
Vaughn just slowly puts his hand back down. What? Why is darkness bad?
Oh, it's more like of a metaphor. It's like, it means bad stuff, like kingdoms falling, plagues destroying entire realms, planes of
What if they're
existence
bad
merging
kingdoms?
with other. Well, then that's fine, but you have to. And then the red one's just like, oh, there's always like the dominoes, like the things that happen because of the things that happened. Like the things that fall cause other things to fall that are good. So sometimes they have to like not fall like that way or at that time. And so, yeah.
Are we time travelers?
No. It's just we can see like all of like creation from here, and sometimes things don't go the right way, and we can kind of. The green was like, we're psychics. All right, we're psychics, and when we three work together, especially here, we know when stuff's about to go bad.
I can tell you're not architects, and he's like pointing around at.
Oh yeah,
everything right-
the fact that this place isn't drafty as all get out, no idea how that works.
Well, lucky for you three, I'm a psychic too. That's probably why the universe pulled me here.
I don't know why it pulled me.
Yeah, so that's the problem is we never really know who we're going to get. I don't know if it's a function of like our visions or if it's a function of the hall, but basically, if you're here, it's for a reason, and we sure would like your help for this one. And basically, we're asking if you'd like to join the Grey Watch.
The what?
Oh.
The Grey Watch is kind of what we call like the people who kind of work with us, because we're looking for when things go dark and black falls, night falls on a situation, and we never really get a lot of warning for these things, and so it's when things are kind of getting gray, and that's when we send in heroes to fix it.
So
And
wait,
we got you guys.
but you don't know who you're calling. So are you? If we become Grey Watch, then can you summon us back here directly, or do you just not know who you're pulling every time? And sometimes
Oh yeah,
it's Grey
no.
Watch.
Once you join, like we can, we can call you guys specifically, and sometimes people, will leave the Grey Watch and we'll never see them again, and other just for various reasons, aren't members
Death.
anymore.
Death.
Do you offer health benefits?
Yeah, some people just don't make it back from missions, but yeah, I mean, healing works a lot better here than other places, and we have some magic. So yeah, health benefits, sure.
So, how much you paying?
Yeah, no, we don't really do that because
Owl turns on his heel
you're
and starts to walk away.
heroes. But you can keep anything you find on the missions.
He pauses and thinks.
As Owl is turning back and walking before he stops, you can already see Zalexi moving past and towards these three pancake-looking people, and says,
Well, the last place I wasn't all too welcoming. If wherever you want us to go happens to be different, then that suits my needs perfectly. I'm not sure about the rest of you, but I'm not unfamiliar with the notion of for the greater good, or the idea that heroes don't work for money or accolades or any of that other garbage. As far as I'm concerned, survival is what I'm after, and unless you know how to navigate these infinite corridors, these three multicolored individuals may be our best bet to get wherever we need to go.
Make some good points. You sure you don't want a sandwich? He holds up another one.
You'll know when I'm hungry.
Fair enough. I'll hold on to him.
The owl turns around again and starts to listen.
So basically, here's how it works. Once you join, you're always welcome back here. If you need a place to stay that's safe, this is a safe place. And you can kind of get anywhere from here as well. So like if you need to get back home, I know some of you, I think, were pretty far from home, actually. And so if you need to get home, you can. But like after the job, here, we'll come show you. And they kind of float over to that large, like 10-foot wide disc filled with shallow water. And there's a little table in front of it. And on the table, there are 4 metal badges that look just like the logo we have here on stream. It is with this Grecian meandering pattern, hexagonal, octagonal shaped, with 3 stars and the doors, and they say Grey Watch on them. So these are your badges of office, and this is how you get back here and also go on missions. So like hold on to them, and if you need to like get in contact with us during the mission, we can do that through the badges. Typically after we get the vision, that's kind of it. But yeah, all you need to do is just if you agree, you can take a badge and just hold it up to one of the doors and it'll take you where you're supposed to go.
The owl all of a sudden starts cartwheeling towards the disc and stops and like picks up one. You're lucky that gray is my favorite color. And like puts it on.
Yeah, and you feel like a little like tingle when you put it on, like it's for lack of a better term, immediately attuned to you. But like it's more than just a chunk of metal for sure.
Nice.
Fun slowly sets the platter of sandwiches on the ground and walks over and picks it up and then like fastens it like a little. It looks very similar at first to like a little sheriff's star. He's like adjusting it.
Yeah, you feel that little like spark and surge as you put it on. Like you're like, ooh, yeah.
He looks a little proud.
Realizing that these were laid out kind of like, about medium height, kind of, table kind of to grab. Zalexi will grab his and will sort of look at it before placing it onto his chest. And he'll take the second one and sort of kneel down. As he does so, he plants his staff, which kind of just stays erect without him holding it, as he leans down and sort of gestures to see if Sage wants one.
Sage has her mouth full of extra sandwiches since the platter was put on the ground. and she's like, thank you. And she puts it on her hat.
Yeah. Yeah, and both of you feel that little tingle and surge, and they go, the blue one's like, all right, great, congratulations, you're part of the Grey Watch. So I guess we have to do the thing now. And like looks over at the other two, and they're like, one's like, yeah, that would probably be the most expedient, and the other one's like, oh yeah, we get to do the thing. We can do the thing. Okay, let's go do the thing. And they're like, all right, so here's the vision that we got, and this is all the information we have, but one of the doors will take you to the right spot. And they kind of get into like a triangle, circle, and link a few tentacles, and they start to glow that same white light that you saw before. And with one voice, they say, rejoin or restart. This is the question where belief departs. Settle the debate for darkness to abate. And then they unleash tentacles and stop glowing and look at you and go, all right, well, good luck.
Thanks.
Listen, they're not all humdingers, okay?
Right. So do we just, how's it work? And
Walk through a door,
I start like patting my badge.
Yes, that's your badge. go to any door, hold it up to the frame, you'll see a light, and then walk through. Right now, because you're on mission, it'll only take you to the trouble spot. But once you're done, to get back here, just hold up to any door, and it'll take you back here. And then, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I think Sage, with that information, just like runs to like a door and just like headbutts it because the stars on her hat. And I'm guessing it glows. She goes,
Like that?
Yeah, and the door goes, lights up around the seam.
I walk away from it. Does it stop lighting up?
Nope.
I'm sorry, I chose the door for us.
Yeah. The red one is just like, I know it's really cool, right? And the tentacles are like touching like this. Like, it's
Oh
cool,
my
huh?
gosh, you're amazing.
I go-
like you.
I go, last one in is a slug. I start running towards the door.
I'm the closest to the door, and yet I'm running in place because my my feet are so slick. She's like, no, I don't want to be a
The door opens and it's just white, and you see the owl in, and Sage after a little bit of like in, and now it's just you and Vaughn, Zelexi.
Zelexi looks at Vaughn and just says, I still want to know if it's a trap. Just wait for the scream. I listen.
I think
Okay,
you
should
do.
be safe.
Oh, you don't? Okay. I was gonna say you hear you hear Sage going, wee!
Yeah, I think there's an initial, and it kind of like, you know, pitch shifts as it gets further away, you know?
Yeah, it's just I'm just waiting to hear the sound of like grinding metal and screaming, and it's like, no, should be good. All right, let's go.
You're waiting for the dear God, why? No, why today of all days?
Whee! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God!
Mistakes were made.
Not again! All right, yeah, so no obvious sounds of dismemberment, no.
Okay, yeah. I'll I mean, I'm not gonna run. Okay, I'm gonna
Swift
walk.
Swift
Yeah.
walk. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then as I'm walking next to you, I'm just sort of like every now and then, like just a little step quicker, and then
Just taking,
like,
yeah.
yeah.
He follows you.
Yeah, and Vaughn, just before you step through, you feel a little tentacle on your hand.
Sure did, Lexi.
No, Lexi just went through.
Not one of mine.
Yeah, Zelexi just popped through, and just before you go in, there's a little tentacle on your hand, and it's the blue one. And it's like, there's a reason you came back, and there's a reason you're here.
What?
It's I don't know what it is, but everything happens for a reason.
I'd like to know the reason.
Well, I guess that's the only way you'll figure it out is just keep going forward.
We're going to continue this conversation
Just
as he
keep
backs through the door.
Just keep swimming.
You just like back into the door, just yeah, just. So you guys open up. Your vision kind of opens up from the light, and after a few moments, all four of you are there, and you're standing on this like open like town square, dirt. For the most part, hard packed soil, and you can see this is a medium-sized town. There's a few, shops around the edges. You can see the road kind of going off in the distance, north and south. You look behind you, and you guys just came out of an outhouse that now is closed, and the light's gone. You can see that the most prominent things, I think, is that there is a modest looking but very almost looks like it could be a fort, but it clearly is a temple or a church of some kind. And on the other side of the square there is a building that is under construction, much nicer, maybe about halfway finished, scaffolding, a lot of unfinished parapets, and but like the ground floor seems to be more or less done. And you guys can see that there is a crowd of people here in the middle of the square, maybe 20 people total, and they are yelling at each other and throwing accusing fingers, and townspeople are starting to gather around to watch the ruckus, the brouhaha.
when I see this, when we just kind of get here and we like hear kind of the people yelling, pointing fingers, I'm gonna be like, yeah, riot, riot, just on instinct.
Owl, you see like some of the people in the back of the crowd watching, kind of turn you are like, yeah, like they're here for the spectacle for sure, and they are in hearty agreement with you. And one person even like moves over a little bit to give you a space so you can kind of see better.
Thanks. I'm gonna
Just poops in. Anarchy! Anarchy! Just circling the group.
Zalexi's still standing there, just with his staff, like watching these two. Anarchy, riot! Anarchy, riot! And he's just in the middle, just like.
Yeah.
Oh, so that apparently the world-ending darkness thing.
Heroes.
I think it was caused by us.
I'm feeling that too, my little friend. By the way, you can call me Zalexi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for sharing your name with me.
It's okay. Yep. Do you want to ride?
Yes, please.
And I'm gonna like crawl up the the staff, and I'm going to sit like on like the wrist of Zalexi. Oh,
Well, as you do so, as you climb up the staff, he taps the staff gently twice, and you watch as the tip of the staff gently the tip of the staff separates into what looks to be 3 tentacles that then twist around each other and make a like kind of mini throne on the top of my staff
a baby seat.
with a little tentacle seatbelt.
Yay! Amazing. I climb up. What is it? Spiral staircase style.
I love how Sage has a +10 to climbing as long as it's cute.
I can do a roll for it to see how long it takes me to climb.
No.
And then I'm gonna like clip myself in with the other tentacle and just be like, forward.
Right before.
And oh, yeah, sorry.
Go ahead. No, you go, please.
Oh no, I was gonna walk towards the crowd of angry people, which is against my instinct. But you know, if you've got something else,
Yeah, you literally did go from one angry mob to another angry mob.
I did.
I was gonna say right before I start listening to this crowd to kind of fully gather what's happening, without looking back at the team, I will telepathically say to all 3 of them, "Zalexi, huh? Interesting name." And then I start to listen to the crowd.
Yeah. So as you guys kind of take your positions as instigators, with the crowd watching the fight, you go ahead and give me perception checks, Owl and Vaughn, as you try to like discern what this proto riot is all about.
Can I ask you what time of day it is?
Yeah, middle of the day, maybe late morning.
Great, awesome, perfect. Oh, jeez. So I got a total of. I'm gonna add this to it. I'm gonna just do it.
I got an inspiration earlier, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
16.
I got a total of 13.
All right. So with the 13, I think, Owl, the thing that you noticed right away is that everyone involved in the conflict, in this, the fighters, the group of the quorum, is they all appear to be of, they're dressed in ways that clearly identify what group they're from. There appears to be 2 groups, and they all have like vestments of various kinds that indicate that they are clerics or part of some kind of holy order. And it appears that they are 2 different orders. With the 16, Vaughn, you can see, and you even actually overhear, they are yelling what seems to be theology. Like you overhear little snippets of things, almost just like, yes, but everyone knows that these emanations, they can be reconstituted to be closer to the divine, not to destroy everything. When people say, oh yeah, you always would say that, wouldn't you? No, we know that the world's corrupted, and that's why spirit is good. And then the matter of and that you're just like, Well, this is more entertaining than the town hall meeting, at least.
Ugh, this reminds me of campus.
Yeah, it seems like a bit more aggressive. Like it's like they gave the seminarians coffee and perhaps Irish coffee because they're about to come to blows.
Can I tell if they're like, if this is just like legitimate like passion versus passion, or if this is maybe influenced by something?
Yeah, what are you thinking? Insight, perhaps, or if you have something you want to pitch me, or magical effect of some kind.
Insight on possible drugs or some kind
Yeah.
of magical
Sure.
influence.
Yeah, go ahead and give me the insight.
Just like just in experience seeing religious congregations and being around that in the past, would that be like, it's like, all right, is this manufactured, or like is this
regular religious fanaticism,
Yeah,
or is it
is
like
this-
something more?
does it have something special to it?
Yeah, some little extra little spice. Also from the chat, Quorum is my next band name. Thank you very much. You're welcome.
24.
24. So this appears to be normal religious fervor, but it's not limited just to issues of theology. You can catch a couple of people on the kind of the far side from where you guys are, where that kind of like fortressy looking church is, and a couple people in the back of that side of the quarrel appear to be knights or paladins of some kind, and they all either have unsheathed swords or have their hand where their hip be at, if that makes sense. And they're on the other side, the side of the quarrel closest to you. In the back, there appear to be spellcastery kinds of people who also seem to be like ready with arcane focuses mixed in. So one side has like spellcasters and clerics, the other side has knights or paladins and clerics, and both of that like alternate skin seem to be ready to come to blows. Like either they want to come to blows or they're expecting blows.
Can I tell what each side like worships? Like, can I tell the god they worship based on either the way they're dressed or if they're wearing sigils or something?
The iconography is weirdly similar. One is of a barren tree, a tree with no leaves, like maybe in the winter or fall. And the other symbol you catch is a much larger but tree in bloom. If you want to do a religion check or something, you can totally do that. Let me shift over to Sage and to Dag. Anything you guys want to be doing in all this?
The symbology on their robes and attire, is that the one that matches the church?
Yeah. The Fortress Church matches the barren tree.
Okay.
I think that's just an easy visual inspection. You don't have to roll for that.
Okay, so these guys are about to come to blows.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a thought. These people seem to be angry at each other. We could always give them something else to be angry at. Play the villain.
Your categories.
I see the categories! Very well!
It has been settled. Into the fray.
Really quick, I rolled a 16 religion check.
Okay, I'll hold on to that.
I'm I kind of want to do a religion check. I mean,
I
Yeah, I'll
don't-
give you a better view.
Oh, thank you. I'm so high up in
I'm sailing. Keep sailing, Sage.
I'm guessing I'll have to do a religion check to.
Yes, as the one person here who might be uniquely qualified. Yes, please.
Yeah. Let's see. It's history or religion, right? Cool.
History or I would prefer religion, I think, in
Yeah,
this context.
+7. Please be good. Ooh, 16 plus 7. That is 23.
23. Okay. So, Sage, you aren't immediately familiar, like you've never met this order before, but you can immediately kind of like pick up on some of the details, not just the conversations and things of that nature. Each of these two groups are related, but they're called the fortress side of the quarrel, the paladins and clerics. They're called the knowing way, knowledge domain clerics mostly, and paladins, and have big like don't hold on to worldly possessions, give stuff to the poor, kind of vibes. The other side is the House of Growth, life domain clerics, and they're the ones with the spellcasters and the clerics, and they are known also as a altruistic kind of order, but have very much the opposite philosophy. They're more, let's just say, hedonistic in their perspective, where accumulation is part of life.
Sorry, note taker. Okay.
Yep.
I think Sage is going to just like really focus to try and make sure that she's communicating silently to everyone. But I think she's like,
I'm not gonna lie, I'm biased with the paladins. They're more they're more charitable than the clerics. But I don't know what they're fighting about.
Well, we need to find a way to dissipate their fighting.
Yes,
I think I have an idea.
Zolexi.
Yes.
What you gonna do?
I'm gonna blow up the church a little. Just a little blowing up. A tiny bit. Look, they don't need all of it. And it's already in repairs, so it's not like they have to do anything.
But then they might fight each other more.
Well, not if I do it. Because then they'll be like, who's this guy? I mean, they're already going to take one look at me and be like, ooh, look, a monster. So, I mean, why not use it to our advantage?
I think Sage is gonna like look down at you, Zalexi, and she's just gonna be like,
Sorry.
and she like looks. Of what she can see of your face, she's gonna put her little webbed hands on your cheeks and be like,
You don't have to be the villain.
Aw. Look! I take 12 points of psychic damage.
Correct.
All right, fine. We'll try it with our words.
Where's Vaughn?
And I've moved forward. Can I just worm my way into like the middle? Like, I'm assuming this is just two clashing parties.
Yeah, pretty much. You would worm your way yourself into the middle of the quarrel.
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of move my way in there, just right in the middle.
Okay, so this isn't stealth. This is, let's go performance check. Also, Owl, you messaged me that you have stealthed away from the team. Let's get that roll, please.
Could I use Intimidate to help Cole move in? Just as an assist.
Yes, you can. How that looks, I have no idea. So, at your own peril, sir.
I'm gonna use knowledge from a past life to add a d6.
Stealth 21.
Excellent. Where do you want to be, GW?
I want to get right up to the main people that are
At
arguing.
the heart of it? Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like pop up from behind one of them, or just like suddenly you're just like there and they're all.
Suddenly I'm there.
Okay, and Vaughn?
11, and that's also what I was doing, except a bit more forceful and pushing my way to that part of the.
I have a
gathering.
I was about to ask you, like, when you just kind of push your way in to be in the middle of it, do you still have the charcuterie board? But you put that down in the hall and left
I
it.
left
So
it in the hall. We're safe.
excellent. So Vaughn, you kind of like worm your way in. You're just like watching, and they're like, and there's you feel like a hand on your shoulder, and there's a paladin, maybe 6'5". The full helmet is just like, can I help you?
What's happening here? Why are we fighting each other? There's no point. Let's talk it out. This is way too aggressive.
And then from the other side, there's another cleric in these long roads in the tabard, and he's just like, because they keep sabotaging our new building because they're poor losers, and I think they're just cranky, okay? Like, eat a good meal sometime, all right? Not everything has to be like dust and sadness. Stop messing with ours. Like, if we wanted to mess with your building, we would have messed with your building. We wouldn't do it.
Both of you, zip it. And he pulls out of both pockets, he pulls a sandwich apiece and just forces it towards both of them. It's a bit like dusty. It's got some fuzz on it, but he just forces a sandwich to both of them. Calm down.
The cleric gets it and is just like, all right, cool. But still, he's chewing, and then the paladin, like, you look over and he's not there, and you look down and he's like kneeling, and he's like saying a prayer for like this little sandwich. Like, it almost feels obligatory. Like, even the smallest morsel that he has to like make an official prayer. And everyone kind of like the two guys who are arguing the most, they seem to be the leaders of this, are kind of like getting a little distracted. And I think, Owl, that's when you have your chance to just kind of like be there next to them on the other side when they turn around. Is your intention to like present yourself or to stay hidden in the crowd?
I want to just all of a sudden be right beside like the main person who's talking, and like when I start talking, I kind of want them to be like, but I'll say like, so I'm guessing you're the House of Growth whose building isn't being made. Is that you?
What? Yeah. These guys, who are you?
You can call me the Owl.
And
Yeah.
he looks at the other guy across from him and is like, this is another trick, isn't it?
What?
Is this one of your guys?
No.
And the older gentleman is just like, no, of course not. Look how he's dressed. We would never do the things. And there is a shout kind of from on the other side, closer to where Vaughn is, and somewhere on the edge of this quarrel, this 20 by 20 person quarrel, someone lost their temper. And you guys see a paladin throw his shield up as an eldritch blast hits it full on and scoots him back a good 5, 6, 7 feet as he slides, and everything erupts into full on chaos. Roll for initiative.
Oh boy.
I rolled what I called my hot collar temper, and I got a 19. And I was like, okay, this is going to break as soon as they're all kind of within range.
Oh God. Okay.
I have my number.
I'll take it in order. 20 or above.
Me. I got a total of 20.
20. Awesome. 15 or better.
17.
17.
I got 19.
Okay. Sage,
I
19.
got a-
Go ahead.
3.
Excellent.
Zalexi is still taking psychic damage.
Zalexi's sitting there going, I could have started this riot.
Oh.
That could have been me.
It could have been you. It could have been me.
Yeah. And it's even funnier too because it's an eldritch blast, and I'm sitting there going, I didn't do that.
Wait, did I do that? I'm pretty sure that wasn't me.
Oh my god. Yeah.
All right. You can see the top of the round. Basically, everyone like just jumps into melee. You can see a defensive wall of shields being kind of formed at the rushing to the front of the line by the paladins, and some of the clerics are kind of like moving behind them, dodging from Eldritch blasts coming from the back of the House of Growth, and a couple of sacred flames like just drop down on people, a couple of screams, people falling over, healing going on, and I think you, Owl, see the two ringleaders just like lock eyes with each other and just go, and like that look of like, all right, we're doing this. And you see them starting to cast a spell from the brother from House of Growth, and the guy from the Knowing Way pulls out a mace. You get to go first. What would you like to do?
I see the calamity break loose. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to be here. I'm gonna stealth. I'm gonna stealth in this crowd. Let's see what I get. So it's gonna be a total of 18 stealth.
Yep.
And I would like to use. I want to go to the nearest building that I can try to climb to get like a better view, like a, kind of like a somewhat of a bird's eye view down. So I'm gonna use my action and movement to move 60 feet towards that possible building. The
easiest place they'll give you some height is the scaffolding on the building that's being under construction.
That's where I'm going. I'm ninja running there in stealth, and I'm gonna, when I can, gonna try to like climb it so I can get a bird's eye view of everything to take in the surroundings.
All right, excellent. Yeah, you do that, and you can see it's bedlam down there, and no one from the spectators has any inclination to stop this. Like there's even a guy in a cart who's like selling like corn on the hot corn on the cob with like a little spicy sauce, is like pulling up in the back to like, he's like, it's go time. He's ready to sell. Okay, Sage, you're up next. You're still on the top of the staff of the Queen, let's call it. And you guys are, I can't remember, are you guys right there in the crowd, in the quarrel, or in the spectators?
We're next to Vaughn.
Next to Vaughn. Okay, yeah. So you guys are like on the outside edge where some of that stuff kicked off from the beginning.
Right before Vaughn snuck in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think for Sage, she's just going to like unbuckle herself and just like, again, fireman's like climb down the staff. And would I have to roll a perception check to see if I heard the cleric talk about the other group hurting their church?
I think with all the yelling, I think you could hear that, no problem.
Okay. Would I have an inclination on what direction that is?
What it would seem, because they're aligned kind of in the same sides of the square as their respective buildings. So
Okay.
the clerics and the paladins from the Knowing Way have the kind of stone fortressy looking temple.
Yeah.
The House of Growth is on the same side as the building that's under construction, where the owl, like Naruto, run over to the scaffolding.
The Naruto run catches my eye.
Yeah, but like arms out, like flying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think overhearing that there is some like trickery or some false statements, Sage is gonna just take a dash action and just run towards that building and see if there's anything there that is causing this feud, because there's assumptions being made between the two parties, but I think that there's a third party involved that's causing this feud.
Okay, so you're gonna kind of squishmallow your way over to the building.
Yeah, between like the legs of people, you just see, like, as you see in dog racing competitions,
Yeah.
just like through the legs.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
almost like osmosis of her like squishy little body. It makes it faster if she goes through the legs of people.
Yeah, I have 3-part chihuahuas. I know how that goes. Yeah. All right. Yeah, great. I think you would be able to basically get to the site, but not really go much further than that. Owl did it because he has a ridiculous run speed.
Yep.
So right there in view of you, Vaughn and Alexi, you can see the older cleric takes a swing with his mace, which kind of hits the leader of the Church of Growth, the House of Growth, right square across the jaw, and he kind of like staggers back and is like kind of like caught by a couple of the guys next to him who are also locked in melee, and he's like rubs and it's like, oh yeah, that's how it's going to be, and makes a gesture, and a mace of his own out of like spectral spiritual energy just forms and smacks him his opponent across the chest as he kind of goes pushed back a little bit, and they're deep in combat. Vaughn, you're up.
What? Oh, jeez. And where's the paladin that was standing right in front of me?
Funny you should ask. So you kind of turn to see where he is, and he like just stands up, pops it in his mouth, and pulls his sword. And he's dead-eyeing you. Apparently, he assumed that was a feint tactic, a distractionary tactic.
I'm gonna just go to try to slap him and cast inflict wounds. As I
Solid.
Just like he stands up and I'm just
Go for it.
Does 11 hit?
No, super not.
Oh, jeez.
Because he has a shield and he's wearing armor.
Oh no. And I'm within range to that he would totally take a swing if I ran away. Wonderful. That's funny because
Okay,
I
so-
just run away.
So chat just gave a D6 of inspiration to whoever needs it. Do you want to claim it and try it?
Do I just add that to the
Yeah,
roll?
roll it, and you can roll it, add it to any D20 roll. So yeah.
Any D20. Okay, yeah, I'll add a D6. So is it 15 hit?
A 15 does hit.
Ah,
Like just barely.
okay. Good to know.
He's a little bewildered at like you just kind of going and it hits him right on the side of the neck where there's a gap in the armor, and necrotic energy flows from you to him. Roll damage. Isn't it like 3d10? 21 points of damage?
21 points of damage.
Yeah, he like falls over, and you can see like necrotized tissue creeping up his neck, and a couple of clerics of his order like notice and come rushing towards him. One rushing towards you, and the other rushing to their fallen foe. Anything else you want to do before it's Dag's turn?
Can I flurry of blows? After you take an attack action, but
So that wasn't your action was spell casting, yes. Even though
Yeah,
it's a weird way for you to do it, but no.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you running away? Are you holding ground?
I'm assuming there's a route for me to just head where Sage was going.
Yeah, towards the building under construction.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna and then duck and just run away.
All right. Great.
I have 40 feet of movement.
Yeah, I think you can catch up to Sage with that. Yeah. So you're at the construction site. And Zelexi, what's up?
So Zalexi's in the middle of all this as everyone is fighting around. There's this scuffling. There's this battling. Sage is sort of run towards the scaffold. I haven't seen where Al is gone, and Vaughn has run after Sage. Standing in the middle, sort of like among the chaos, he's again very confused as to why everyone's not lynching him. He's just very accustomed to it. His mind still goes back to trying to destroy the church, but remembers what Sage says. You don't have to be the villain. So I want to approach the bench, as we know I love to.
Yes. Make your case, Counselor.
All right. I would like to ask if I am able to pull back on the damage of my abilities to do minimum damage, as in to measure my attack.
Is this going to be a spell-based attack? Or is this going to be a naturally based attack?
It depends. I mean, if there's a difference in answer, the answer would be yes. I have both. The question is which I use. If I'm able to like do minimum
All right,
damage.
so here's what I'll do. If it's going to be a spell, I'll need you to roll an Arcana check first, because that's going to be the harder thing. If it's a physical thing or like a natural ability, it'll be a little easier to do. And so with that, I'd say just yes. But if it's going to be a spell, I'll need an Arcana check first.
Okay, I'm gonna go with the natural ability.
Okay.
Just so that it's nice and easy. I mean, I could do an Arcana check, but I don't want to like risk people's lives for no reason. All right, so I'm gonna have myself. How big is this mob? Like, if you would describe it as an
each side is like 20 people.
Is about 20 people
Each side, yeah, of the coral. So this is like 40 people total, but they're all in a fairly close space. Like, it's like a mosh
All right.
pit.
Cool. I'm gonna move to a position where the main leadership, like the guy with the mace and the guy who summoned the mace, happen to be. And as I do so, I'm like I said, I'm not gonna fight anyone. I will take any attacks of opportunity that come my way as I make my way to.
I think in this context, they're all kind of focused on each other. And so unless you've made some kind of aggressive action, they're not really going to notice you quite yet. I feel like that's about to change, but
yeah, and I'm very intentionally going to move with a certain amount of calm. Like, I'm not like running, I'm not doing anything provoking anyone until I get to, say, the top of like a staircase leading up towards where the temple is. As this happens, Zalexi turns.
Hold on. So are you heading to the middle of where the guys are? Or are you peeling off and standing on the front steps of their temple?
I'm gonna try and get a 30-foot cone that'll include most of the guards and the aggressors and stuff.
Yeah,
I'm trying to avoid as many civilians as I can.
Yeah,
is the idea.
Easily done. Yes.
Okay. As this happens, I'm gonna pull back on my my hood, and you can see two bits of like very, very thin membranes that sort of see this pulsating bit of my brain kind of emanating from where my temples happen to be.
Oh, good God! Oh, sorry.
Oh, good God!
Does he break his stealth as he yells?
No.
I'm gonna need someone to clip that for me, please. Thank you so much.
As he does so, you watch as Zalexi's eyes start to just glow with this violent emanation. His head pulses, and I'm going to use a stunning pulse, which is a 30-foot cone directly towards this army of individuals, which is going to do 4 psychic damage because I'm minimizing it, and stun them if they fail a intelligence saving throw.
Okay, and what's the DC?
The DC is 13.
Well, I group rolled for both of them. The House of Growth got a 2, and the Knowing Way got a 1. But it was on one of my special dice, so the dice just says no.
All right. So basically, you watch as this wave of psychic energy just emanates out, and almost like literally like this domino effect. Wait, hang on. Do they drop their weapons when they're stunned?
Let's look.
I play too many game systems. I don't remember which one it was.
Yeah.
I think you
facts.
you can't take your next turn.
Yeah, I don't think you drop anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Oh, no. Drops. Wait, no. That's unconscious. Sorry, yeah. Incapacitated, failed dex and strength saves, and attack rolls against the creature have advantage.
Cool. So yeah, as I do this, all of them immediately have this moment of pause as their minds are just flooded with information. This psychic wave stuns everyone within 30 foot as Zalexi stands out now, obviously drawing attention to himself as he just slams down the staff and says, "Enough!"
Nice. Yeah, like you can see the wave. You can't see the wave, but you can see the effects of the wave ripple through this crowd, and like a good 90% of them are kind of like staggered, and all of them looked stunned. Can't really speak. They look like they've been like smacked in the back of the head, holding weapons kind of very loosely and looking around, and then you yell out, enough. And they all kind of turn towards you. None of them seem particularly horrified by your Cthulhian visage, but you're not sure if that's an effect of like the stun or something else. But You have their attention, and the fighting has more or less stopped. Even the people who were outside the radius of effect kind of notice like the tone has changed, and like kind of like mid swing are like, what? You have their attention. What's your plan?
Well, you see, I had
You
a plan.
didn't think that
and
far
it's-
ahead. I know
Honestly,
that
I didn't
pace.
think it would work. Okay, hold on. I got this.
You were planning for failure? Come on, Dag.
Look. You both have plenty to be angry about. This world is filled with those that give and those that take. Those who have abundance and don't appreciate it, and those who have nothing and yet constantly hunger for more. But what is it that you are really fighting for? Are you fighting for this big pile of stone and wood? You would kill each other for that? Pathetic. There are true horrors out there in this world, things that your imagination could barely grasp, and you sit here talking about what is what? 80 square foot? Come to your senses!
I was going to make you do a persuasion check with advantage, but that hit everything right on the nose for them. Like, way to weave their theology in there. I think that, along with the stun, I'm going to give you a success because that was great. That speech was like that was a nat 20 speech, and to make you roll now seems like would cheapen it. They all kind of are starting to come out of the stun a little bit. Is there a duration on that, or is like just like one round?
Oh, it's one round, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're like kind of coming out of it, and they start to like disperse a little bit. You hear like a little boy in the crowd of the spectators go, "Aw." Did you go to the construction site, or did you go to the fortress temple?
Just the I'd say the construction site, just the kind of steps leading up, so not like in.
Okay, so so your team is somewhere around here as well. As the crowds kind of starts to disperse, both of the leaders of the two sides kind of still shaking their heads a little bit. One of them's bleeding from the mouth, and kind of walk up to you, and they say, the one from the Knowing Way says, "Stranger, you speak true. We've acted shamefully. And I was trained better than that." And the other guy from the House of Growth is just like, yeah, okay, me too. What? I keep wanting to go, who are you to be so wise in the ways of ducks? Who exactly are you? Did the diocese send you or something? Or like, you just, I'm pretty sure I've never seen you before. Why did you get involved in all this?
At this point, I'm going to look around for my companions.
I think Sage and Vaughn, you could probably see near the, like, they're like kind of like just inside the door because that first level is still complete, kind of like ducked inside there, and the owl is somewhere.
Both of us are just around the door, like,
Hello.
Myself and my companions are members of an order known as the Grey Watch. We seek to bring peace and prosperity to the various places we travel. Conflicts such as this are within our purview to try and prevent where we can.
Well, and the younger guy looks at the older guy and says, "Neutral third party." And the older guy goes, "Yeah, I'd accept that." And the younger guy says, "All right. We accept you as third-party arbiters of this, maybe you can solve this for us. Grey Watch, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
And perhaps these matters are best discussed somewhere not in the public streets.
All right. Yeah, we can go inside. The first floor is more or less done. And you hear the older guy go, And he's like, really, dude? Really? All right, fine. They usher you inside, and they go inside. The three of you go inside, and like Sage and Vaughn are in there, just like, hi. And they're all, oh, are they with? And they sees the badge on Sage's hat, like, oh, okay.
It's like a little hat again, just like skirting.
Behind like a pillar, you know.
It almost looks as though the hat is like attached to like the the back boot of the owl.
Oh, so the owl. So Owl, real quick, you're outside up in the scaffolding, like you're being like your namesake. Please do
Never
not.
mind. I'm back of Vaughn. Sorry.
Yeah. Owl, are you going to kind of just like come down and like be behind them, or staying outside, or what?
Eventually, I was going to try to, from my bird's eye view, kind of inspect the area to see, like, I want to do an investigation, to see if I can understand, like, where the fight broke out, because we saw that blast of energy. I don't know if I knew it was an eldritch magic or not. But I kind of want
are you trying to figure out who fired the first shot to instigate it?
Yes.
Excellent. Go ahead and
Do
give me that
some, like,
investigation.
forensics.
Yeah.
Gladly.
Investigation.
Here we go. All right, so investigation is going to be a total of 22 investigation.
Excellent. You can see that there is, as everyone's kind of dispersing in the crowd as getting their last of their spicy corn, there are three guys from the House of Growth who look less clericy. You think they're pretty sure they're some of the spellcasters, and they seem to be kind of a little huddle, like talking to each other, and aren't really leaving the area, but they seem like instead of like licking their wounds, they're still ready to go, and might be planning some kind of like after party for the riot or something. And they might be a great place to start.
DM, could you please give me a description of these two people?
Yes.
These two cleric-esque?
They are not wearing any obvious armor. Their garments are very finely tailored. You're pretty sure you can see silver inlay in some of the threading. Purple and red seems to be the main motif. Both of them have longer hair, loose in a loose ponytail in the back. One has blonde hair, the other one has black hair, and they both appear to be human or maybe half elf.
Human or maybe half elf. Very, very interesting. I will, DM, is there any way that I would be able to sneak up and be kind of close to them without being seen? Or are they in a place that's like everything is just too wide open? There's
they are in kind of the wide open area, but there's still enough of people like milling around from between the spectators and those licking their wounds and rethinking their practical theology and application that you could probably make a pretty good go of it.
Okay, I'm going to do my best to stealth over there. So I want to eavesdrop on anything that can be saying, and I'm trying to be smart about it. So like maybe like I'm picking up some of the armor that might have fell, or like trying to clear some debris. I'm trying to be like very like casual and normal about it.
Okay, I like that. Go ahead, give me that stealth roll.
I will. And while I'm doing this telepathically, because we can speak to each other as long as we're in a mile of each other.
Oh, great.
I'm just gonna say to everyone telepathically, hey, I think I might have found a lead. I'm gonna play around with it. I'll meet up with you guys later.
Be safe.
And for my stealth roll, I'm gonna go ahead and add one of my side die to that. Better. So that's going to be a total of 15 stealth.
15 stealth, great. When you guys get inside the church, Dag, Sage, and Vaughn, the two leaders introduce themselves. From the Knowing Way is Brother Andrew. Older human man, graying in the temples, clearly wearing cleric vestments, a little more martially inclined, does have the plain but sturdy mace on his hip. And then from the House of Growth, there's Bishop Chuck. Introduces himself, and he's a bit more finely dressed, no obvious armaments, but does have a very large and somewhat gilded, not ostentatious, but obvious, holy symbol around his neck. And he's like, and Chuck says, so you're willing to be arbiters for this? Because honestly, it's getting kind of tedious. Is this kind of what you guys do? You're a kind of independent negotiation. I didn't really catch all of that, but
Real quick.
We're still-
The Knowing Way
No.
name again.
the Knowing Way, for him, it is Brother Andrew.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Deck.
This is still quite new for us as well, but we are within our duties to try and help where we can. And if mediating will help resolve the tension here, believe me and my compatriots will be more than capable of lending a hand.
Well, that sounds great to me, says Chuck, because I think the real issue here is they just don't like the competition. And Andrew's like, we have been in this town for over 800 years. The people have come to trust us and rely on us. GW, not him personally. I saw your face. And Bishop Chuck is like, yes, but what's wrong with having options? We're just trying to expand our territory, a nice new community center. We even have a cafe. It's going to be really nice, but they're intent on sabotaging everything. We haven't touched a thing on this terrible monstrosity you call a temple. We don't want it here in the first place. We're not going to resort to petty and then Chuck looks at you, he's like, okay, so you kind of see the issue. They don't want us here, and they're being petty about it, okay? Brother Andrew is just like, it's not just that we disagree with them on religious terms and their faulty application of the scriptures and holy texts, but they took this land without consulting us, and it's important to us. Not to mention, yeah, we don't think the community best served with them here. That's the crux of it. Well, the land, Chuck says, is also important to us, and you know that, and you didn't own it, so we don't need to ask your permission. And I'm going to pause it right there, and while you think about negotiation tactics, and I'll resolve that stealth roll, let's take our bio break. We'll take a little 10-minute break right here. This is a great chance for everybody to go get some water, get some food if you hadn't eaten, take your pets out if you need to, take meds if you need to, and just kind of stretch, stand up, and think about your life choices, and we'll let you hear, because we're glad you're here. But yeah, we'll be back in like 10 minutes. I just realized I'm in charge of making this happen. And we will see you guys back here then.
Let you guys know about is toast with cream cheese,
Yep.
cut cucumber, salt and pepper. So simple, but delicious.
What
It
kind
sounds
of
good.
Yeah, it's a great healthy snack. Amazing, just curbs it.
what,
See,
what
I
kind of
wa- I
bread
wanna-
are we talking here? I need to visualize this.
Well, I go for 9 grain.
I'd bang some dill in that too. Honestly,
Oh, yeah, go
it's-
ahead.
Yeah,
sounds
sounds
very
amazing.
good. Yeah. And we're back. The conversation
We're
was
talking
too
about
good not to include you guys on. So
Fact. If you did not hear it, it is toast with cream cheese and cut cucumber with salt and pepper. Okay, it's so good. It is so good.
Yeah, we're comparing cucumber sandwich recipes.
yeah, Jackie's about to start a different kind of religious war. and we're here for it. We're very happy with this. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to Grey Watch. Our team is on their inaugural mission, and it's going pretty well. Before the break, which by the way, I did reduce the number of ads. I didn't realize it was quite so high. Sorry about that. Before the break, what we did was the fighting broke out amongst two warring religious orders. The team immediately got involved, then immediately ran away, except for Zalexi, who basically mind stunned the entire crowd and then gave a rousing speech worthy of an Oscar, and got them to stop. And now they are in the construction area of the House of Growth, working as negotiators, arbiters between these two warring factions. Meanwhile, the Owl, GW's character, is outside trying to get a little bit of intel, and that's where we're going to pick back up. GW, you got a 15, and you said you were going to try to use the remaining crowd and like picking up, litter and helping people up and stuff to kind of manipulate and kind of sidle up close enough to hear these guys. And with the 15, I think that works out pretty well. What you're able to do is you get close enough, you can hear these two guys in the kind of the fancy clothing with the loose ponytails, and they're talking more or less about what's next. The conversation is something along the lines of like, yeah, that went pretty well, but I think if we can get them to instigate one more time, we can convince them of our goal, and that'll make it a lot easier to gain this territory. I mean, they're not going to go for it. That's why we have to do this ourselves, but I think one more we can convince them. Yeah, and then, I mean, that opens up whole new markets, right? I know, right? How's your numbers this week? Yeah, they're doing pretty good, actually. I got like 3 more people, and that's good. I got 5. Are you counting the guy from the last town over? He died. Oh, did he? Well, he still owes a payment. It'll be fine. And I think that's about the gist of what you can get.
I roll my eyes once it gets super boring, and then I literally just start walking away, and I like drop everything that I like picked up because I'm like done now, and I'm heading to.
As you kind of like start walking away, you can hear, "Hey, you!" And it's one of the guys who was just you were trying to listen in on.
Hey, you! I said the same thing back to him.
He's like, and he's walking towards you. He's like, "Hey, you're couldn't help but notice you. You're new, right?"
Yeah, passing through. I kind of like the chaos of everything, so I was
A crowd does draw a crowd. No, you're absolutely right. So you what's your trade? What do you do?
I do lots of things. Which side of the conflict are you on?
Oh, House of Growth for sure. We want to see things grow, life. We want to see, the world be put a little bit more back together, if that makes sense, right? There's a lot of things that are broken, a lot of things that are messed up, and we want to see things fixed,
Do I believe them?
You can roll insight if you want.
I do want. That could have been better. If I fail, I can add something to it. So let's see what I get.
Yeah, spend all those dice before we get into the back half. Go ahead.
Well, all right, so a total of 10. Mm-hmm. If I failed, I'll add something.
He absolutely seems to be sincere.
Okay, I'll keep listening.
And he's like, to that end, part of what we do, at the House of Growth is it's not just about, life and growth. It's also about your personal life, too. It's about making the livelihoods of you and people you love better. We actually have a, let's call it a merchant arm, if you're interested. It sounds like you're kind of a serial entrepreneur like myself. You kind of do this and that. We'd love to tell you about some of the things we have.
Yeah, I gotta go meet up with my friends, so maybe later. I'll catch you guys, and I'll turn around and head back to where I saw all my friends go.
All right, great. So you head back that way, and meanwhile inside, I think, Owl, you get in there just in time to hear the conversation kind of continue. and as Alexei, they basically have laid out their two opposing opinions. It seems that the Knowing Way feels like they have some kind of claim on this town, but the House of Growth, like the name suggests, wants to branch out and be in more locations. And it also seems that the site that they're on is somewhat significant to both orders, and that seems to be part of the contention as well. And anyone can kind of jump in on this as you discover more information and try to figure out what's going on here.
So the place the church is being built on is actually like both sides want.
Yes.
Have
Yeah.
they said why yet?
They haven't said why yet. And also, too, it seems, Cole, that they both think it's significant in some way, but for whatever reason, the Knowing Way didn't build anything here, but the House of Growth has no compulsion about building on a significant site, right?
So is the significant site the land or like something underneath it, like possible gravesite, or
That detective is the right question.
well, I'm going to turn to the knowledge or the House of Knowledge guy. Why have you guys not built any? If you've been here so long, why have you not built anything here anyway?
Out of respect, this site is tied to the oldest story there is about the making and the sundering. There's, and Chuck says, yeah, it's actually a story that we both share. Do you mean to tell it, or you want to tell it? He's like, no, I'll tell it. I'll tell it better anyway. And you hear a little snort from Chuck, and he says, so back before there was a before, there was the heavens, the world, the earth, the everything, and it was one. And then a sundering happened. A fracturing of worlds, realms, and planes that we have today. Corrupting everything and leaving it in a broken state. But the divine realm remained untouched. And so this is where a fragment of that sundering, in our understanding, remains. And until the old passes away and it's, what's the right word? Corruption? Destruction? And it's used up state, nothing can be made good again. And then Chuck's like, okay, we have a similar story, but the application's way different. Yes, we do believe that a element of that sundering is here, which is why we wanted to secure it. But the world's not broken, it's just shattered, right? We use the same word, sundering. And so if you can accumulate enough pieces, and that goes to life and experience and all the good things of life, and bring it back together, it can be rebuilt. See, the House of Growth is about accumulation, about bringing things together, making the pieces whole, the sum of the parts greater than themselves. And that's when Brother Andrew kicks in and is like, which is a fool's errand, because all of it's forfeit. Matter, the things that you can touch, it's broken and inherently bad, evil even. I think you probably have experienced this. And only the spiritual of it's good.
I'll interrupt them.
You can interrupt me at any time, please.
As they're talking, Alexei is going to use his staff. And are there like drinks or beverages that we're? Or is there something breakable on the table that we're at?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of plans and a few pieces of equipment and such. But
something that would break easily, like a bowl or a plate or something.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think there's probably a cup there left over from one of the workers. Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to use my staff and I'm going to knock it to the ground and use its breaking noise to kind of interrupt.
And they see it break and they kind of look at you.
I go to pick it up, using Mage Hand to kind of lift it onto the table.
If I could pose a challenge. Put this back together. You have all the pieces. Could you, either of you, make it as good as it was before it broke apart?
Well, that's a very clever technique, says Chuck. But, I mean, one could boil it down, make it back to its base components, and make something new, something better. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do that. And
No, you are absolutely right. And
but
that
then
is
just
my
like,
point.
but the point is, though, is that it is broken, and you could do all that work, but the thing is, even the new thing you make, it's going to break as well one day. It is inherently flawed because it will always break. It cannot endure.
Also true. We cannot fear the breaking of things. We cannot look at the pieces and simply claim that they're evil. But we also cannot be afraid of the fact that every break is an opportunity for change. Change is the lesson, not what happens to the broken object. Once destroyed, it can never be as it once was, and to try and restore things back to the way they were simply denies yourself to create something better. This place here may have been sacred, and it may have been the site of a great event that formulated and transformed the world as you know it. But if you leave it here untended, to simply be as it is, then it never changes. And likewise, if you deny those who would come here to offer it worship, then you are no better by staying firmly fixed in the ways that things must be, instead of what they could be. You are both like a broken mirror, reflecting the same thing, but differently at the same time. I propose this building gets made, but offers worship to both of your churches. And a symbol of this is not to separate the two of you, but to conjoin you in a symbol that unites your two ideals. In the location that this sundering occurred, build on top of it instead a broken mirror that no one is to ever fix or repair, as a sign that there is always change.
Well said. That is exactly what I was going to say. And Vaughn,
I just take that idea from his brain, like
yes.
just
Just wholesale.
This entire midway through that speech, Vaughn started smashing up the pieces more and like forming them into a smiley face. Like this smaller broken pieces of the cup as he's like he's just nodding along.
Yeah, so they seem to think about it for a second. You see Sage cast a spell, and then one of them says, I think it's Brother Andrew, says, that's a nice gesture, but it's just a gesture. I propose we solve the issue once and for all. And Bishop Chuck says, you'd be willing to let them go down? Really have the question answered? What if you don't like the answer? I like the truth. Sage, no. Nothing.
there's a whole other thing going on here.
Yeah.
Yep, there sure is.
Nothing happens?
I mean, the spell goes off, but it doesn't find what you're looking for. It comes back. Go ahead.
Guys, I saw something over here!
What? Where? What?
There's something moving and changing.
Okay, I'm gonna cast another divine sense.
Sure. I mean, now that you're like looking and pointing it out to everyone, nothing's there.
I'm crazy.
It's okay. We all are a little bit. He just pats her head.
There was something.
Yeah. Did you want to do the divine sense?
Yes.
All right. So you do the divine sense, and none of the usual pings go off, but it's like if you were using, divine sonar, the ping just doesn't come back. There's nothing for it to bounce off of.
I want to move
It's
in that
just
direction.
it's like a gap.
If there's anyone concealing themselves in the area, I would highly suggest you make yourself known.
Brother Andrew looks at
Three,
Chuck like, "What, you got
two.
bruisers?" No, it's just us. The workers left when we all started fighting.
I'm gonna raise my hand in the direction that Sage pointed. One.
I swear somebody was over there.
And I'm going to cast Magnify Gravity. And that is going to hit a 10-foot area and do pretty much as the name implies and impose a huge amount of gravitational forces in that 10-foot area.
Ooh, he's rolling. What you rolling? What you rolling for?
Yeah, so you cast it. You said it magnifies by how much?
Okay, so it's basically just an area that'll deal force damage. I am going to cast that as a second level spell, just FYI.
Up from the first. Okay.
Yes.
You cast a spell. You don't hear anyone like yell or scream, but you do hear the floor above creak and groan as that level that's still under construction starts to crumble down. And that's not going to fall on you guys, but it is giving way. It's like maybe 10, 15 feet away.
Oh, whoops. My bad! I am not an engineer.
Yeah. And Chuck's like, "Can I talk to you a second?" And like just grabs you by the arm and like walks you away, Zelexi.
So there was nothing that came from that?
Other than that, no. Other than an angry bishop and a semi-broken second floor that was barely finished.
Very well.
He's like, "Look, try not to break more stuff." All right, here's the thing. It might not entirely be the Knowing Ways' fault that things have been a little odd. There's workers who won't come back to work. Stuff that we build has been broken or just gone. Like little things, but a couple of days ago, actually it was yesterday, they put down the base of one of the new marble pillars. And you can see a couple of the pillars from the main floor. And this may be like 8 feet wide. And it was just gone. I'm sure it's nothing, but given the site's historical and religious significance, there might be more going on here. I think it'll be fine, but maybe don't destroy every little mouse that squeaks and time you get spooked. I would really appreciate that.
I will look in his direction.
It seems as though going for these mice has revealed more information than was originally shared.
Well, I'm not going to tell him in front of him, all right?
Is there anything else you wish to share privately while we have the opportunity?
And I will connect psychically to everyone so that they can...
Yeah. Owl, like, you're still maintaining your thing, and, like, the gain just gets cranked all of a sudden. You
like
didn't
there's
do
just
it.
feedback?
No, not feedback. Like, the volume just goes up. went from like normal conversation to like, I am now talking with a loud voice because Zalexi just boosted the channel.
Gotcha.
And he's
Bought
just
that
like,
nitro.
yeah, I got that nitro. He's like, no, not privately. Well, I can say more stuff with Andrew. It's fine. Just, there's been weirdness, okay? There's been weirdness. I appreciate you wouldn't share this. There's no bearing on the negotiations. It's just a private, inter-organization matter.
Zalexi will nod before rejoining the others.
As this is happening, can I like lean over to Andrew as those two are off talking? Can I lean over to Andrew and just be like, "Be straight with me. This whole place, this haunted."
There are echoes of the Sundering here. This is not
many
where it
ghosts?
happened, but have you ever been in a home that was full of love?
No.
A grandmother. He puts his hand on your shoulder and he's like, I'm truly sorry to hear that. Love and affection are one of the few things that survives a corrupted world. Even a home that is empty, but had spent years with a family, found or natural born, that cared for one another. Food that was made with intention and purpose and love, simplicity. Even when that family moves away, you can still feel it. And that's just a few decades. With mere mortals. Here lies a fragment of a cosmic nature that rent all that is into little pieces. Don't you think there'd still be some echoes?
I see your point. I see what you're saying. Would it not make sense to then let them discover what's...
While we
Might
don't
possibly
approve of their methods, we wish no harm on them, which I'm now realizing sounds hollow given our previous actions.
the previous fight that was right outside 5 seconds ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I am aware.
Uh-huh.
I
So-
assure you, my intention of going out was to break it up, but I let my lesser nature get the better of me.
There was aggression on both sides that I
That's
witnessed.
true.
I
There
offered
was.
sandwiches, and you don't bite the hand that feeds you. And some guy tried to hit me, and it was a very honest. It was a surprising experience, and I
Don't
just
hit the hand that feeds you.
don't bite the hand that feeds you. You get the
Did
point.
someone try
of
to
the-
bite you?
There was maybe, I don't know. I didn't let him get that far.
About the
That's-
time Zalexi and Chuck come back. All right, so here's what we propose.
Oh, sorry. Super quick, just
Yeah.
before that, I do want to ask Sage, just sort of in her mind, what you sensed dangerous?
Again, like squishing her face.
It wasn't. I couldn't sense anything. It was just in the corner of my eye. Something was shifting. I thought it was like a shapeshifter or something, and it went away. I don't know, and it's not there anymore. I think I'm going insane.
I'm gonna give you my stuff to hold on to a little bit. I mean, kind of like as best as you can.
I think like just like from like any like regular height, you just see like obviously this tall Zalexi puts staff falls over immediately. And
Wow!
you just
And
hear,
then just
like,
these little feet just outside of the.
yeah, then like aerial view looking down as like Sage with her hand still on the staff, but her feet just going like.
Okay.
I got
I'm
it.
good.
Still playing with your feet.
Right. All
The
right.
tail wrapping around it.
It's not going anywhere.
Okay. I'm gonna prop it up against a chair just so that it's upright. And I'll say, the next time you feel something out of the corner of your eye, just imagine you're trying to grab it.
Oh. Okay.
Can I do a perception
Okay.
check?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's just a 10.
10. Okay. Yeah, nothing. I
9
mean,
plus
you're
1.
like mad dog in that area, and there's nothing.
They just like staff, like squish up.
Okay. Got it.
Okay.
DM, when the time is right, if I don't see those two people that I spoke to outside, if I don't see them here in the room with us, I would like to say something out loud.
Yeah, they're not in here. They did not follow you in. I think the heads of both of these orders having a confab with the people who stopped the fight pretty well signals to the rest of their order that, okay, this meeting's above my pay grade. This is above my piety level.
Before I even say anything, now that you say that, is it literally just our group and these two heads of the place in this
Yes,
building?
in the construction site, first floor kind of open, entryway.
Then never mind, because it's not safe to do yet. I will wait.
Okay then. Okay, Chuck was going to propose what they think you guys should do, but did you have something, Dag?
No. That was just if
Okay.
I'm gonna be listening, but if so, just cards on the table as they are. My staff is set with my rare magic item, which is my tentacle rod, which can be used to make tentacle attacks that grab people.
Awesome, love it.
Yeah. So if Sage sort of feels that, I wanted to like give her the means to just go "Wah!" and grab onto someone.
Right. Yeah. It's a easy use. Get over here.
Yeah.
Okay. So what Bishop Chuck says is like there is a cavern below here, and our traditions, and he looks to confirm, he shakes his head, both state that a fragment of that sundering rests here. Due to some theological things I'm not going to get into, neither order goes down there. But if someone could, like yourselves, investigate and discern its nature, and perhaps just look around for other possible threats or things. He's looking at you like, remember our conversation. Just make sure the place is secure, nothing's crumbling or anything like that. It would resolve the conflict, because this fragment should show you should be able to discern if the world needs to be rebuilt or if the world's beyond repair and needs to be reset. Rejoin or restart? That's the question we're trying to answer here. And so that would solve the conflict. And we would be at peace. And Brother Andrew says, yes, we're willing to accept the answer even if we don't like it, because it's the answer. How about you? What does the House of Growth say? If you're wrong, doesn't that cut into your bottom line? He's like, hey, easy. And no, not necessarily. But no, we'll abide by it. Okay. So Brother Andrew says, that's, I think, the only way you're going to get the negotiated peace you're hoping for. Tell us the nature of the sundering. Rejoin or restart?
Telekinesis to Lexi.
Telepathy? Or telekinesis?
Whatever this is, whatever's
Okay.
making my mind.
One is I cast yeet. The other is, hey, holler back at me.
Vaughn has no clue about this magic mind stuff. All right, he's all he knows. Is,
I tried to telekinesis port.
Yes. No, but he's like, are they? Okay, they seem to have presented two options. Am I the only one thinking there might be a third? Is maybe like, instead of reset or rejoin, maybe we just change the world and accept the change? Or is there, am I the only one thinking that? Is that possible, do you think? You're much smarter than me.
I think we need more information. They are set in their ways, and we ourselves don't know much about the Sundering, whatever that is. Looking into it couldn't hurt.
Affirmative. Yes, I think we're good with the what you want us to do going down it. You're both very clear that whatever answer we find is the answer, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we're fine with that. Brother Ninja says yes, as long as you tell it truthfully.
Of course. Vaughn nods and slowly backs up. So it's down this hallway over here, or
I can call an attendant and he can take you. We only
very
recently finished the sub basement that protects the original entrance. We left it unchanged.
getting points already.
We're not monsters.
Hey guys, maybe we should...
check that? We're not monsters. Can I instant check?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious.
Go for it.
9.
They're literally not monsters.
Not so sure about that.
Hey guys, before we go down to this unknown place which no one goes, do we want to have a team huddle? Catch you outside. And I like turn around and like I kind of like go outside.
Don't we always have a team huddle kind of going?
Permanent team huddle.
I'm stuck on the staff.
I kind of didn't. I kind of didn't. And as I'm walking out, like, you know, casually, mentally, I just say to everyone, well, so I want to make sure that we're in like a better place, because if we're literally just staring at each other, talking mentally in silence, it's gonna look kind of weird, right? All right, so see you later. See you soon.
Okay. And we're touching our heads every time we're communicating, so then we're just like...
No, that's just for me. I mean, unless that's what you guys want to be canon, which I'm totally down for.
That is so funny.
All right. We will adjourn for a moment, and we'll be back in 10 minutes with our decision.
Excellent. I'll make everything ready when you return.
All right. Yep. I'll take the staff with Sage attached to it. I was very tempted to just have you try and drag my staff out. Like,
I might have. Maybe that's what happens, is that you just see the staff that was once propped up on a pew fall over, and you just start hearing it drag along the floor. But then you come by and pick it up.
I love that this might start a trend in this region. It's like, oh, it's all the rage to adorn your staff with the sage. It's the peak of fashion.
Oh my god, yes. Yeah, but I'm also imagining that Sage thinks that she's carrying it, so she's still got her arms wrapped around the staff, and her legs are just like in the air,
I'm doing
like
so well.
yeah.
Yeah. No one can fault her for not putting the effort. I mean, no, it's not doing anything, but no one can fault her.
Okay.
So once we all make it outside, if we all go outside, I will kind of just like start like a healthy walk, as you know, as we're kind of like talking, and I'm just want to make sure to, I guess, not be just bluntly, overtly having like this kind of like questionable conversation in like front of people. So as we're walking, I'm going to mentally be like, so there's some things I kind of saw when I was out there that I told you about. So here's the situation. I found out who started.
I'm sorry, one second. You guys excuse yourselves so you wouldn't have to do this, and then you got into a group and still did this. I'm just making sure I understand.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure I understand.
Yep.
No judgment.
One arm over, the other one
All
to
right.
our temple, so it looks like we're huddling, but we're not.
All right, you know what? Okay. As we're walking, I want to see if there's like a town well.
Yeah.
Great. We're going to go to the well and we're going to pour ourselves a drink and we are going to communicate while we are enjoying a refreshing beverage. So it looks like we're not talking because we're drinking.
Great. Love that for you.
Excellent.
Using the secure line.
Yeah.
So here's the situation. I found the people that started that riot earlier. DM, before I say this, do I know that it was an Eldritch Blast? Eldritch Energy?
Yes. Yes, you would,
Okay.
because where you were standing, you could see it clearly. Cole was the closest, but you were actually looking in the right direction.
Gotcha. So, interesting thing. I don't know if anyone else saw it, but it was actually an Eldritch Blast that started that conflict between the clerics. I don't know any clerics that know Eldritch things. Do you guys? No, you don't? Exactly. So,
I've met a few. I mean, sorry. I've met a few.
oh, well, that's great. But,
I am one.
what?
Anyway, yes. So I'm
Right.
a priest of, and I cast Eldritch Blast.
Noted. Well, these two started
Suspect
the riot.
number one.
These two actually started that riot with those blasts, and it seems like I did some eavesdropping, getting a better lay of the land, wanted to hear things out, and it seems like they're the culprits that have been starting these fights each and every time, and they're saying that they think the next time they start a riot will probably be the last. That's when everything will go to shit. So, want to bring that up. They're very interestingly dressed. They are a part of the, they say they're a part of the House of Growth. And I kind of believe them. They seem to be on the up and up. But I thought that was strange. And they did offer me, they have something called, the sidearm or something. What was it, DM, that they said? Something
Oh,
arm.
it was their merchant arm.
Merchant arm. So yeah, this is something about merchant arm or some kind of sidearm. I don't know, but I think they have their own thing that they're doing. I don't know the reasons why they want to incite these riots and break up the two, but they're doing that, and I can point them out to you. Actually, I want to make a mental image of them both in everyone's mind.
Ooh, yeah. I like that. And I think after you do that, you can kind of see them. They're kind of far end of the square at a local place to get something to eat. They're kind of sitting and talking. So they're nowhere in earshot, but you can kind of once you do that, you all kind of look and go, oh, they're over there.
So, yeah, I thought that was very important. And as well, Sage, I didn't see what you were looking at, but I definitely believe you. There's some interesting things happening here.
Well, thank you. That feels nice to be validated.
when the owl mentions the arm thing, is that an artifact or something that I may have heard of?
Give me a religion check.
Yes. +7. +7, witches.
Go for it.
Ooh, an 18 +7, 25.
Okay. I'm going to give it to you straight. So this is the House of Growth.
Yes.
The House of Growth, their life domain. But they see the world as imperfect because it's incomplete. And by accumulating, they can bring it back together and make it better. Accumulation, there's a subset of accumulation in theology that also means capitalism. Accumulating of things. So they have a merchant arm of this as well. The short version is, Jackie, is they were trying to recruit the owl into their multi-level marketing.
Pyramids.
Okay,
It's a
literally
ziggurat
that-
scheme. There is more room at the top.
I was literally gonna just like waddle on over to the owl, put like a little pat on the calf.
They were trying to recruit you for a pyramid scheme. I'm sorry.
Why is it always me?
Now, it is essential oils, and they're very good.
All right, I'm going to ask the, I don't know, maybe obvious question as to why those people aren't now dead.
Which people?
The two that
The
I'm
ones who are clearly confessing to inciting the riots.
Well, firstly, they didn't confess it. I was overhearing it. Secondly, I'm not a murderer. So.
Oh, well, please move aside. Let me get. Let me get.
Hey, wait.
If it's just about having the right tool for the job, allow me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's, hey, friend, hey. Let's not be too hasty and make too quick of bad choices, all right? Let's give us some thought. I'm sharing this with you guys just so you can kind of understand. the
People don't
whole
often share their
situation.
mind with me.
No, Zalexi, we knock them out
more of a
first,
giving.
and then give them as like a goodwill token. We don't kill them because then they've been punished, but they can't be put up for their crimes. So it's good. We knock them out, brutalize them a little bit, and then give them as the solution, as the cause.
But Vaughn, here's the thing. Let's say we do that. Let's say we knock them out. We bring them to their people. Like, oh, these are the two that started. They're always the ones. What's to make these strangers listen to us, strangers, over their own following?
We have two. We have two of the leaders in the church right now. We'll just go knock these guys out, bring them up, and it seems to me as though they have, those two leaders have some way of knowing who's telling the truth and who's not. They kept mentioning the truth as the answers, and I'm assuming that means some kind of magic stuff that I don't understand. But if they have magic stuff I don't understand to know who's telling the truth, they can probably figure out if these guys really caused it. And these guys are part of the same life, the kind of
Capitalism.
You're right there. You're doing great.
that are building the church, right? So they're also. My point is, we're a neutral third party. We just give these guys to them as a sign of goodwill, and then we go on and continue to do things that elicit goodwill, so they trust us because they should, because we're very knowledgeable and bring sandwiches.
Some of us are knowledgeable, yes. So question to the team. Do we want to do that after or before we go down into this unknown basement?
Well, I know where they are now.
Look, they're right there, and more importantly, if in case we forget this, they're working as part of an organization to incite a riot that will be the last one. Generally, when people say shit like that, it's not a good sign to leave them be for too long.
Yeah.
I think that at the very least we can find out if they're working with a cabal or a cult or something, and we can at least make sure that while we are down dealing and finding out about the fracture, that they're not going to start this riot to end all riots in the meantime.
Yes.
All right. I'll
Sage,
follow
what do
guys
you
then.
think?
Let's see. I'm sorry.
Sage has a butterfly. She puts it in her mouth. Ow.
Sage is literally just like back and forth between you guys. It's just like, do we go after them? Do we not go in the scary dungeon? Do we not? And she's just like,
So, we're supposed to be going after the darkness, right? I don't see much darkness.
No, it's very
Also-
bright, and I
I
hate
think
it.
the scary dungeon basement thing has the most darkness.
Also, Sage, it would probably occur to you as well that if you did kill them, it's probably not a big deal. They literally work for high-level clerics. They could still answer for their crimes. Resurrection's a thing.
Speak with that.
Just saying. You could kill them and they can still go to prison. It's fine. GW like,
What kind of religion is this?
fairly common in the worlds of D&D. Also based on real history.
I haven't had breakfast, so.
Oh,
We were sent here to figure out this darkness. I forgot to ask the Tentacly people where they saw the darkness. I'm just here for the ride.
And she just like hugs the staff again.
Where are we going? I don't know.
All right. Let's go deal with these guys, take them out, and then we'll go to the dungeon. All right. Are we going to do this quick and messy, or are we going to try and... how do you prefer? You obviously have a penchant against murder.
I have some things that can kind of take people out or make them go unconscious fairly quickly.
Go. Let's start with that. We'll open with that.
All right. And
you said they're at a cafe, right?
yes.
Oh, perfect. They're setting the mood for me already. Let's go.
all right. DM, is there? I want to be within. The goal for me is to be
Yes.
within 60 feet of both of these people, and be in stealth. Is there something that I can like kind of duck behind, hide behind?
Yeah. I
Be
mean,
like a wall.
Yeah, you could go around the wall. You could be across the not that large street at a different place. You could climb onto the roof and just hang out there like your namesake. There's a lot of things you could do. Yes, Cole.
I will be a distraction to assist, to help, and tell it. Okay, I will distract them until you all make the move, and then I will jump them as well. I'm assuming that's what's happening. Yes. Okay. All right.
You'll know the signal by them yelling in pain or someone dropping.
Okay. Got it.
And you'll see a flash of purple. All right. So I'm going to get into my strategic place and stealth, so I can try to be imperceivable. And oh no, I don't know if I can save this. I don't know if I can save this number.
It's okay. I'm helping.
Can I give my luck point to the owl from chat?
Yes, you certainly can.
Thank you. I'm gonna dice gel this one, and I'm gonna pick a new dice. What color do you want me to pick?
Pink if you have it, or purple.
I have pink, and it is, of course, a critical die.
Hey.
All right. Just do me better. Just do me better. Just do me better. Okay, well, it's better. I'm gonna also roll my psionic die to boost it. Oh my god, much better. Total of 19 stealth.
Yeah, no problem. Where are you going? You doing the roof? You doing around the corner? What are you gonna do?
I would like the rooftop because I just like a bird's eye view of everything.
Facts. All right, great.
So once I get into place, everyone ready? Phew! I'm going to form this psionic blade, and that kind of like comes out in this very kind of almost crystalline glow of purple as I grab it and chuck it at the. We're gonna go for the blonde one,
Awesome.
and I will be using sharpshooter. All right, so we're gonna go with this one, and this will not be lethal, DM.
Okay.
I don't know how much HP or how little HP they have, but this is not planned to be lethal.
Okay.
Here we go. Natural 20.
Yeah, that hits.
Yay! Not lethal. Not lethal. so okay, I have to do quick math. So I have to roll this, and then my sneak attack die. I'm not an assassin, I swear.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that's gonna. Woo! That's a really good roll. All right, so that's gonna be. That's gonna be 30. No, I have to double it. So that's gonna be.
It's always a joy to watch you do math.
It's gonna be a total of. So that turns into. That's going to be a total of 48 points of psychic damage.
Non-lethal psychic damage.
Non-lethal psychic damage.
Does it have any other effects other than the psychic damage?
Nope.
Awesome. So the blonde-haired guy is just like, yeah, and I think next quarter just falls over like into the creme brulee on the plate in front of him, and is just out. And his friend's like,
and then for my bonus action, shoo, I'm gonna aim towards his friend, the brunette one.
you can do two? Oh, because yeah, all right,
Yes.
yeah, great, awesome.
So
Go for
let's
it.
see. Of course, this is going to be sharpshooter again. Let's see what happens. Okay, so that's going to be a total of. Oh, that's bad. So I'm going to see if I can add a psionic die to this too. 1 second. Bolstered knack.
What's your total?
Yeah, what's the total?
My total to hit came to a 6. So I'm
Silvery
looking
Bob.
at.
I make him re-roll it and then give him advantage on it.
Oh my god, thank you!
Does the advantage work that same turn or like the next thing?
Excellent question.
I don't think it'll stack in the same
no,
thing,
no,
but
sorry,
yeah.
sorry. My apologies. I do have to choose a different creature, so I'm going to choose Sage to give the bonus advantage to.
Okay, great.
All right. So what's your neck? When you make it.
Oh wait, no, sorry. My apologies. No, Silvery Bob, you have to use the lower roll. My apologies. I'm not going to do that.
I mean, it'd be funny if you did.
All right.
It would be funny. It would be funny.
So since I can only add my psionic stuff to ability checks and not attack throws, I totally whiff on the second one.
Yeah, and I think he like catches it at the corner of his eye and he's up. And his like hands up like this, and you can see like little like faintly like purple like energy coming off of it.
Go! Tell everyone to go. I'm done.
Me whiffing the rolls to sign. Go. I think you had said, Vaughn, that you were going to be next, so go for it.
Just after what's his name fell over face planted in the creme brulee, I'd be like, Hello, I'm susceptible to multi-level marketing schemes. Do you have a second for one moment? Walking up to the second guy.
At that point, the dark-haired guy has like a little like bottle he's opened up. He's like trying to wave it under his nose, and he's like, "What? Listen, friend, this is not a really good time. My friend's having a medical emergency."
I have a time limit. No, I've and I like kind of push in. Like, can I like push the guy out of his chair and sit down?
Yeah, and the guy's just like onto the ground, and his friend's like, What are you doing?
He'll be fine. Here. Yeah. Is he still holding this? I'm assuming these are like smelling salts or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Is it possible to throw a punch and try and punch it up into his nose? Like,
Absolutely.
As he's holding it in front of him, just.
Is it possible? Absolutely. Roll for it, kid.
Oh, jeez. That's a 10. I'm gonna flurry of blows.
Okay.
You trying to beat this guy to death with smelling salts?
You guys,
The
That
irony.
is hard. that was a natural 20 and also a 21.
Yeah, those both hit.
For the next 2 hits.
So roll
We
the
are
damage
out of
because
control.
I like to think that the first hit that was a 10 was like the bottle gets knocked up. He looks up, and as it comes back down, just like bah! And he's already looking up, so the nostrils are like wide open. You called the shot, not me.
Aiming for the nostrils. Okay, 6. And
Hit him in the nostrils.
Hit him in the nostrils. So that's a total of 11 damage.
Even with the crit?
No. Is it double dice or double
Dice.
damage? Extra d6. And here. Plus 6, so 17 damage. 17
points of damage. Yeah. He is on the ground. Somehow this like 1-inch diameter bottle or like 2.5 centimeters is like in his nostril. Like it's not that his nostrils aren't that big. And he is on the ground just like, oh, it smells so bad. Oh, and like blood's just coming down from the other one. He's on the ground. Anything else, guys? since this was such a good use of our time.
Totally was. Looking around for Sage or Lexi.
I'm gonna take Jackie's reaction as Sage's reaction.
Yeah, Sage is just like again on the staff, just being like,
Is this what you wanted to do? Is this what you wanted to do?
I'm following.
Yeah, but apparently when I do it, I'm a monster. Ooh, whatever.
Vaughn is just looking around like.
You lobotomized a man with a glass bottle. I mean,
Do you know how hard that is to do? This is why he's on the team.
To be fair, they said they were going to start a riot. Like I understand that we have to be super careful.
they definitely deserve it. Is he still conscious? The guy
He is not. He's not doing great, as you might imagine.
Okay. I'm gonna, Sage, you can, if you want to.
Do you want a slice?
I was going to
basically.
I was just gonna summon an unseen servant and start tying them up and be like, just like save them for later. Just be like,
Okay, I think we've had our fun now. Can we go to the basement?
Yeah, and like the rope is just coiling around him, and he's
like
like,
literally, it's just like this rope that's so like slithering almost
Yeah.
across the ground, just slowly wrapping around him. And Sage is trying really hard to be like,
Left, right.
Yeah. As Sage is tying them up,
color guard
I'm
choreography.
gonna walk up to the still conscious one, and I'm just going to whisper into his ear.
we've been told to take you unconscious. Whether or not you are currently conscious is an entirely optional thing. What do you say?
And I'm gonna see if he closes his eyes or not, and just pretends to be unconscious.
his mouth like starts to like mumble something, and he like reaches up to like give you his answer. And
I'll lean in.
he goes, Eldritch Blast. And
I whisper back to him, counterspell.
and he's like, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Because like you're like leaning over him, and his hand is like right here, and he was going to punch a hole in you. That's amazing, Dag. So good.
oh my gosh, that's amazing. Yeah.
Wow.
All right.
That's the only logical response for him. He's like, I'm gonna go to sleep now. And he just closes his eyes and tries very hard not to be conscious.
So as he's tied up, we'll take the two of them.
So it turns out extreme violence can solve religious disputes.
Who would have thought? The freaking Templars, that's who knew.
Hey,
Anyway,
easy.
Okay, wait. We need art of just like this mind flare just staring down at this beaten up person with the caption Eldritch Blast and then counterspell. Like, I need it. I need this, everyone. I'm so sorry. That's insane.
Next
like
panel.
a scene from.
That's fair. Good night.
Fair enough. All right. Now, I don't know how quickly we want to get through this, but basically the intention will be to take these two guys to the leader, explain to them what was said previously, then go to the dungeon.
Yes, I will. For the sake of time, I will fast travel the turning in the D-bags who started the thing, and they're going to get stern reprimand and be stripped of their association license for that arm, which means they lose their whole like downpipe. And they lead you to. They thank you. They lead you down to the natural cave opening of. There in the basement for the. And it's a side open, not a gaping hole of darkness you have to jump in. Although now that I say it out loud, so they take you there to go to the basement. Yeah.
I will follow.
All right. Yeah. So they lead you down there, and you can see that the edges of it have like geodes of like just very like a variety of color growing all around the edges of this craggy opening. It's big enough for you easily to get through, but both Chuck and Brother Andrew stop at the entrance and they say, we can go no further for the complicated reasons I mentioned before, but please try not to destroy anything unless it's absolutely necessary. Again, an important site for both parties, but don't die. Bring us back the answer. What is the true nature of the Sundering and its solution? Rejoining or restarting? That's all we're asking, okay? And thank you for your help with those two chuckleheads. I never liked them anyway.
It is neither. It is enough.
Anytime.
I'm not
Anytime.
sure still how we're going to get that out of his nose, but you know what? We've got surgeons. It's okay.
I saw an opportunity, I took it. I'm sorry. It's kind of a go with the flow kind of situation.
Brother Andrew from the other side is like, I completely understand that. Don't even, if you need absolution later, it's fine.
No, I'm good.
And Chuck's like,
As we start to make our way down this staircase or tunnel, or just making our way down wherever, I would like to just, in the back of my head as we're going, just kind of privately, I would like to go over, in my different file cabinets of knowledge, if I know anything of the Sundering.
yeah, anyone can do a history or a religion check.
I'll do a history.
Do it. Can I do it?
I'll do a history.
I shall join.
We all shall roll.
24.
I have a natural 20 for
Oh, nice.
for history.
Nice, okay.
Natural
Rocks
one.
are made of
5.
stone. Yeah. Okay.
Or is it
Yeah.
that stones are made of rocks?
That's true. That's true.
Is a square a rectangle? Okay, so
I don't need this right now. These are mind games.
Sage with her 24, forget you and the seminary you wrote in on, and then GW being a nat 20. So what's unique about this story is that every culture, every faith has their origin story and their ending story, right? Their alpha and omega, their genesis and their revelation, as it were. This story is a bit unique among the faiths because it is both the origin story and the apocalypse rolled into one. They make the conceit that the world exists in a post-apocalyptic, spiritually speaking, state from the get. That's what they're saying by this story. That the world, that everything was one and it was good, and then it broke, and then we came along.
I see.
We're
Right?
the problem. We're the problem.
Is it me, Jesus? Am I the problem? Yes, you're the problem.
Am I the drama?
You made the drama. Yeah, Peter, listen, I've read your work. You're the problem. You're the drama for sure. So that's kind of unique, and you don't see that a lot in other faiths. In fact, you don't think you've ever seen that before. But the fact that both of these orders have almost the exact same thing, it's just their interpretation of what comes next, is interesting. I think, Sage, you in particular might think that maybe these two orders have a common origin. That at one point they were the same thing, and then they just... one got called a heretic and then said, no, you're the heretic, and they split, especially given the iconography. Also, if this story is true or is a retelling of true events, there could be some serious cosmic mojo down here. I'm not saying like the giant head of a floating dead god is down here, but like that's the...
Not the head, but the husk.
Yeah, the husk, the pinky toe, if you will. It's a small cave. But that's the scale and scope we're talking about. Yeah, I think that's all you would kind of know about it. Other than it's a unique take on origin and apocalypse as one thing. It's unheard of anywhere else, and for it to be such a powerful thing, there might really be something down here, not just a fun story. Because this is not a story you tell children. I mean, not good parents don't. Yeah, and to remind everyone, yes, we haven't done the monster drop yet.
As I'm going through the files and this all starts to hit me, I kind of look down at Sage. Hey, Sage, I just remembered something. And I will start saying everything that I was just told by the DM.
Yeah, I like to think that like this is like a collaboration of you guys like pointing out things, and this is the combined knowledge between her training and your nat 20. I think this is a good, confab.
And I think the way it ends is with Sage saying that there might be there are cosmic things down here. I'm like, oh crap.
We walk down the final step.
There might be some really cosmic things here.
Looks forward.
Oh no.
What gave you that idea? The fact that we were plucked from various realities and brought into a dimension filled with multiple doors connecting and interweaved of multiversal networking tunnels ruled by giant spaghetti monsters?
Obviously, you've never been to Quincy's Tavern.
Who?
Somewhere the three flumps are like, hey. Also, I think in the middle of this conversation, I'll give you guys this too. Not so much on the side of theology, but the side of reason and logic is Vaughn mentioned earlier, maybe there's a third option, and that also occurs to you. Because with two extreme perspectives like this, there might be a easily overlooked third option.
Huh.
Right,
Okay.
right now he rolled a natural one, so he's just looking at the shiny walls and going,
Oh,
shapes
yeah.
and colors, like,
Yeah, out of the mouth of babes, right?
yeah.
As we're going along, I will do my due diligence and look for any traps. I know that no one comes down here, or it's.
No one
I
from
don't see
the
any
orders.
tracks.
There's no tracks, no. But then again, this soil is not great for that.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just look for traps. I'll make sure we're not stepping on any unseen, like push stone or what have you, or any arrows in the walls. Ha ha ha.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me perception check or investigation. Perception is looking for new things. Investigation if you're trying to get more information about a thing you already see.
I'll do perception. I feel like that might be the best. So perception comes to a total of 17.
17. You see that, yeah, there's no tracks or anything. No one's really been down here. You also see Vaughn is freaking out about something. And also the crystals are getting larger. There's also stalagmites and stalactites in the on the ceiling and floors. And even there's like small little growths of those geode like prisms growing on some of the, those spikes.
I would like to make perception check.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Remember, Cole, having an existential crisis is a free action.
23.
23.
Persistently having that.
Yeah, it's not there.
He did it to you too, did he?
He did. I'm just gonna be extra on guard going for it, just like checking corners, everything, moving slower.
I think I'm gonna like pull on the owl's pant leg.
I think Vaughn is tweaking.
Again?
I learned that word from Apollo.
I don't know what
means. So continuing on, I guess.
I share what I see. If anyone else can see it, but yeah, I will continue on.
Yeah, so this isn't a large cave structure, but as you kind of continue on, it does open up into a largish cave, maybe 50 feet across, 30 feet wide. And the walls here are different. The walls here don't have those geodes anymore. They almost look charred and blackened. And the light that is coming from this cave is being reflected down the corridor you came from off of those geodes and crystals. And there is something hovering in this cave. It looks like it's almost like it's made of mercury, but it continues to flow. And as it continues on its path, it goes from like a liquidy metal to something hard and solid and very obviously, with a definite shape and volume, then back again to something liquidy, and then it starts to break apart almost to a gas in these little bits and particles and pieces, and then flows back together again into something whole. And it makes almost like this sideways figure 8 shape as this thing is constantly breaking apart, being restored to order, turning from solid liquid to a gaseous form and back again. And that is what is in the middle of this room. Dag, there is a shape much like the shape of a man just in the corner of your vision off to your left.
I look at the man.
He's not there. As soon as you look directly, he's not there.
Is he still in the corner of my vision, but like moves as I pan?
That is a great question. He is.
Okay. Okay.
So you kind of discover, like, if you don't move your head and you just kind of like focus on the size of your eyes, you're like, there you are.
Is he refracting
Okay.
off of the crystals? Is this like a mirror maze?
Okay. I'm going to use an Arcana check to
Sure.
see if I can determine the nature of this individual. Like, not necessarily who or what it is, but like, is it? Because here's the other thought, and this is just Michael's Dag anime brain going. Is he might not exist in the real world, but might exist in the reflection in my eye. So he might literally like be here. You know what I mean? Versus him actually being in a space.
Gross, but great idea. Go ahead and roll it.
Yeah. That's a 14.
14. You feel like you might be on the right track about him not existing here. He's not in your eye.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to unfocus my eyes and try to like just when you like blur just everything around you.
You're gonna magic eye him?
No, just actually like just make my eyes blur. I don't have
No, like those pictures where you unfocus your eyes and they pop out. Yeah, I realize that magic has multiple meanings in this context, and my apologies. You're like, I don't have that spell. What are you talking about? You kind of do that and slowly turn your eyes to where it's more onset, and the image remains. And you can actually get a little bit more clearer definition. It appears to be a humanoid shape, bulky with the wearing of armor. And there seems to be spikes or some kind of protrusions coming from the pauldrons and the gauntlets of this bulky armor.
Okay.
Detail beyond that is antithetical to the nature by which you're detecting him.
Sure. I'm going to keep maintaining that, and I'm going to try and share that image with everyone at the same time through that telepathic link.
Yeah.
Do I
All right.
recognize it?
Nope. Nobody panic
Yeah.
or startle.
You share your nightmares with your friends, and Sage and Vaughn, yes, this is what you saw before, just very fleeting. You're like, not crazy, at least not for this reason. And as you guys all get the clearish mental image of him, Zelexi, you realize you're not having to unfocus your eyes so much. And Owl, even though you're not doing this little trick, you can see him coming into focus. And he appears just in front of this transmodal Mobius strip wearing armor made of bone and a
That's what
mask
behind
of a skull.
I hide.
And his hand, he seems to be in agony of sorts, or perhaps it's rage. And a sword just coalesces out of nothing into his hand. A great sword or a bastard sword in some contexts. And I'm going to need you guys to roll for initiative.
All right.
Oh, God.
All right. I hid. I stealthed.
Ooh.
It's time for the final battle, y'all. Let's go.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, in chat, by the way, the monster has dropped. They haven't seen it yet.
Hey?
So what? Sorry? What'd you guys get?
What'd you say?
Well, I didn't say anything. What?
So apparently Zelexi, right, is just super chill about fighting and battle and stuff because he gets a 8.
Excellent. Excellent. Love that for you. GW, what do you get?
My initiative was an unnatural 20.
Holy free holies, man. Sage.
Got a 6. I am still very much focused on keeping my eyes elsewhere, thinking that he's still stuck in my vision somehow. So I'm like, don't move your eyes. Don't move your eyes and he'll move.
Don't look away. Vaughn,
look away.
how'd you do?
16.
16, excellent. And the Bone Knight got an 18. Wait, let me check. 19. All right, so Owl, you're up first.
Okay, so I stealth. Like the second that we saw this thing and it came into vision, I was like, oh! So I went to stealth. I did roll a 22 on my stealth check.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Currently, how far away is this night creature from me?
About 25 feet.
About 25 feet. Is he on the ground or is he flying?
He stands on the same level as you guys.
Okay. Well, I am going to... I'm going to throw 2 of my psionic daggers at him. Like, my eyes start to glow that piercing purple, and like kind of like this wave of psionic energy like leaves my mind, goes down my neck, around my shoulder, and down my arm to form this, and I chuck them.
Nice.
Let's see if we can get him. I want to have advantage to roll this because I am stealthed. All right, so does a... Wow, I'm getting a lot of unnatural 20s tonight. So unnatural 20 to hit.
You'll need it. That just hits.
Oh, okay. And then I'm gonna go ahead and roll my my second attack with my bonus action.
Jackie, you okay?
13 plus 7, unnatural 20, 2 unnatural 20s.
Get it. See, everything works out. It's fine.
So it's gonna be this plus sneak attack.
I mean, sometimes it works out for me, but
All right, so my total comes to, let's see, nope.
This is all
I rolled a
psychic?
D4. All of it will be psychic.
great.
So total of 18 points of psychic damage as I chuck all my my glowing purple psionic daggers, and all of them kind of like go through his sternum and hit his neural system in his spine, and then they vanish once they make contact.
Yeah, he seems to like shudder and like.
And I am going to I'm not gonna hide because I don't have any more actions for that, but I will find cover. Like go back behind the thing that I was hiding behind, maybe 3/4 cover. That's the plan.
All right, sounds good. All right, the Bone Knight is going to go next. I think, yeah, he is going to come for you, Zelexi. He's going to charge forward, bringing that giant sword up, that great sword. It sparks against the top of the cavern and is going to make 2 attacks. That's going to be a 22 or a 26. Silver
Yeah,
Orbs.
both of them both of them will hit. I will Silvery Bob the 26.
Let me not be close to him.
15.
15 will miss.
Okay, so only one of them.
Oh, actually, no. Sorry, no. That will hit.
Oh, okay.
Apologies. 15 is my AC. And I had to use my thing for Silvery Bobs. Okay. So Silvery Bobs, I am going to give advantage to Sage.
Great. 18 points of slashing damage.
Oh God! Oh God! We can't be getting hits like that. We only level 5.
And Vaughn, you're up next. Be thinking. I think that's all he is going to do. I think. No, he also. I think you would notice, and you, Jackie, as well. He does cast a spell that seems to be targeted to himself.
Counter spell. No, I can't because I just used Silvery Bobs. Goddamn Silvery Bobs! All right, done.
Okay. Okay.
All right, Vaughn, you're up.
How big is this amorphous blob? That's
He's quite solidified now. As a basically a evil knight in bone armor. He is about 6 feet tall. His sword probably a little bit taller than he is.
okay. And how far away are they? To like seeing him?
He is within 10 feet of you because he approached, got right up in Zalexi's grill, and you guys were all kind of together except for the owl who hid. So he's
All right,
well
well-
within range.
I'm gonna run up to kind of the side, so I have Zalexi on one side and him on the other, and I'm going to double attack on him and then flurry of blows, and I'm going to basically total 4 attacks, 2 of which are going to be Hand of Healing towards Zalexi. So it's just bop, 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 bop. And that will be first for the damaging attacks.
Okay, so damaging attack against this guy?
Yeah. I have a feeling I didn't hit either of these. That's an 8 and a 15.
No.
Do you have any juice from the chat? Do you have any?
I've used it.
Okay.
All right. So, chat, if I've ever heard a plea for help, that was it. Yeah, that's going to miss.
Well, I take a second to Hand of Healing, which, Dag, you get 2d6 plus 8 healing.
Now, do you boop the snoot or like just smack him in the face and go, "Come on"?
It's like gut shots. It's like one trying to and missing the Death Knight and then turning around and like right in the gut, like. It's like when like a small like a small like cousin or sibling comes up to try and like mess with you. It's like just making those sounds when he hits.
Oh, of course, yeah. You got to make the lightsaber sounds for sure. All right, great. I think at that moment is when is it?
Yes.
Okay, so coming out of the shadows are 2 spectral figures, kind of with this same geodesic light and energy, almost like ghosts, and they're both going to come after you, Owl. And they are going to make 2 attack rolls. One is a 14, the other's a dirty 20.
14 misses. Dirty 20 gonna get it.
And that's going to be. It's going to be 11 necrotic.
No. I'm gonna use Uncanny Dodge. I'll take 5 points. Thank you.
Great. Make a con save, please.
Okay. All right. Con save. Okay, that's not bad. What's my con? Oh, That should be okay. That should be okay. 16. I feel comfortable with
16
that.
saves. When they made that attack, their hand went into your chest, and you felt, that like necrotic energy. Like when the hand comes back, it feels like they wanted to take something else with them. We've all seen that scary movie. That's it for them, and they're hovering around you. And next up, Zelexi. And Sage, you're after that. Be thinking.
Okay. So, Zelexi is standing before this guy. That hurt. But thankfully, as the wounds begin to stitch and heal over Zelexi, he begins to start speaking backwards. As he says, Siathaga Foraumach, as I'm going to cast the Armor of Agathis at 3rd level and give myself 15 temporary hit points and shroud myself in this cold, cloying mist.
Excellent.
Yes. Then, as a bonus action, I will... just for flavor-wise, as a bonus action, this is where Zelexi, the seam in the middle of his jaw sort of snaps open, and as he does, you watch as these 4 tendrils reach out and start writhing in the air.
Oh God, no!
It's so convenient when I can schedule my nightmares in advance. I mean, it's simplicity itself. Love that. Anything else?
Just so you know, I have disadvantage to disguise myself as human right now.
Oh, really? Good.
Yeah, just so you know, it's very important, these details.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. Sage, you're up.
So this armored guy had come close to me and Zelexi. So the first thing I'm gonna do is look up at him and be like,
Hey, pick on someone 1/16 of your size.
and I'm gonna cast command for him to
Grovel.
Nice. And Sage, I got that right. You had like a 6 on your initiative, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm
Good.
last.
Yeah, I'm not rubbing it in. I'm just making sure I got you in the right
Oh
Spartan
no, I
order.
was last.
Okay.
He has to make a wisdom save.
Wisdom save, and it is enchantment school. Okay. Wisdom save. Okay. I was looking to see if he had anything that did a thing, and he doesn't. That's going to be a 18.
Dang it! Okay, well, I got his attention, so it didn't work.
but taking the staff that Zelexi gave me, I'm just gonna bonk him on the head. Since it's like such a tall staff for me, just bonk.
Okay, because you cast a spell, so I don't think you can attack. So I think that's going to be an ineffectual.
Level 5, we get 2 actions though, right?
Fighters and some other martial classes do, but only if you
okay.
take the attack action. You know what I mean?
Got it. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's monks, which is a different thing. Now, if you have a bonus action spell you want to cast, you could do that. That's what he did.
I don't have a bonus action spell. It says bonus action in combat is 2-weapon fighting, but
Right. So
how that plays.
if you had 2 weapons, you could. So if you could break the staff in half, you could like this.
No, I'm not gonna do that. No, I'm not gonna break Zelexi's staff. Okay, so I don't have any bonus action spells, unfortunately. So I'm just basically just being like,
Pick on me. That's it.
Nice. Sage, you feel a tendril wrap around one of your little legs and grabs you by the leg. And I need you to make a strength check or acrobatics.
Okay. Natural 20.
Yay, let's
Plus
go.
23.
You pull out of it and turn to look, and one of the stalagmites has tentacles on the sides of it, and it opens its eye in the middle, and the teeth open up as our monster drop roper appears behind you guys, kind of in the way out.
I kind of see it like because Sage is so slimy. As it tried to like wrap around her, like the tighter it tried to constrict her, it just like she like slid out.
Yeah, no, I like that very much. That makes perfect sense. It's like, dang it, I'm supposed to be the slippery one.
She's like,
Where are the rigid three-dimensional munchies to eat? Also, just not for nothing, hey, Dag, I gave you a thing with the brain. Okay, top of the round, the owl.
All right. Well, I'm not in the best situation. As I'm being swarmed by these two.
If it's any consolation, they love you for your mind.
Oh, that's not great, actually.
Me
so
too.
I'm gonna use before I act. A DM, I have to ask you. From the time where we got into town to where we like had the talk and we went to like the well to grab a drink. Would you say that in that time span we took a short rest?
I would allow a short rest in the fast travel narrative we did where you guys turned in those ponytail jerks.
Excellent, thank you. All right,
You're welcome.
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to what do I got? Cunning action. What do we got? I'm gonna disengage. I'm gonna disengage, and I'm going to run 30 feet away because this I don't want this. This is just not cool.
Yeah, that's going to basically put you on the other side of the cave with the transmodal Morbius strip between you and basically everyone else. Not that it's a hard thing to get around, just letting you know where it is in the room.
Okay, is it like safe? Is safe area? Does it look safe-ish?
There are currently no things there trying to kill you, and you also just received elemental damage from chat.
Elemental
Buff.
damage.
A buff.
Oh my!
You add an element damage.
Yeah,
almost
so
gave me a heart attack.
you can add a d6 to one of your psychic blades of X kind of damage, like fire, lightning, thunder, acid, the usual stuff. For the rest of the game. For the rest of the game, you just got juiced.
Oh, thank you for the juice.
Now,
All right, so
I will say Lightning Wolf gave it to you if you need inspiration for what kind of energy to choose. I'm just saying, if you want an homage.
Well, before I choose, I'm gonna ask you, DM. These I'm a smart boy. These shadow ghost things that are attacking me. Do I have any idea of what kind of elemental damage can affect a ghost's weller than other damages?
You think maybe higher energy, like acid, coal. It's hard.
Coal is a damage. You're a damage coal. Wow.
I do tend to damage people, but it's usually psychic.
Yeah. They are mostly non-corporeal, so it's hard to say.
Okay.
I'm gonna tell you right now, they have a lot of resistances.
Understood. Well, I'll ask you this, DM. May I know this is elemental damage, but may I choose radiant, or does it have to be more like elements?
I'll give it to you. Yeah, I like radiant.
I'll choose radiant. All right. So after I disengage from my cunning action, and like I start to ninja run away 30 feet, I'm gonna turn around and I'm gonna throw one of my psionic blades at one of the shadow ghosts that were attacking me. And I want this is gonna be a big gamble for me, but I'm gonna do whatchamacallit, a sharpshooter.
Okay.
That seems good. No, wait, I have to add. I am going to now add my inspiration die that the gifter asked me to roll an opalescent die, so I have one of my critical dice.
Ooh, yeah.
Opalescent. So let's see what I get. I got a 1. It all matters. So it's going to be 14
that
to
hits.
hit the ghost.
That
Woo!
hits.
We did it! We out here doing it together. All right. So I'm not gonna have sneak attack, but it's fine. So one of these. Here we go. And I'm gonna roll my radiant damage as well. Not bad, not bad. Do you want me to give you the psychic and radiant separately?
No.
DM?
No.
Okay. So this creature, as my psionic dagger like sinks into their sternum, takes a total of 11 points of radiant psychic damage.
Excellent. You have bloodied the creature.
Ooh, what does that look like in a shadow? Tell me more.
They become more transparent.
Nice, I love it. That was my action movement bonus. I'm done.
You can see that kind of protoplasm kind of like shunt off a little bit as it kind of like reforms, and it's a little bit more hollow looking.
And I look at my hands that are still kind of like glistening with that like new radiant energy, and I'm kind of confused, but I just go with it.
As you look down, you notice your badge is glowing with that same energy.
Ooh, me likey. I'm done.
All right. Next up is the Bone Knight. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Zalexi, you're still right there, right?
Yep, staring him square in the face.
Great.
with my
He's
face.
a huge fan of that.
But I challenged him.
And it didn't work.
DM one thing, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Please.
That 11 damage is actually 21, because I forgot that I did sharpshooter. 21 total damage of psychic and radiant.
So I'll revise my previous statement. He explodes into a burst of protoplasm. 1 down.
Okay, thank you.
Because your original one bloodied him, and then you basically doubled the damage. I was like, oh, well, okay, yeah, he's done. Yeah, he's going to make 2 more attacks on you, Dag, and you can see as he swings the blade that his spell he cast last time was a smite of some kind. Oh, it's going to be an 11.
That'll miss.
Okay. Well, fortunately, it says next time I hit with a weapon. Oh, come on. 13?
That'll also miss.
Okay. Can't win them all. Yeah, is it like just chunks of that, like that eldritch ice is like chunking off of you and messing around as it keeps missing. You keep dodging out of the way, and he's just getting more and more frustrated that you keep existing. And I think that's going to be it for him. Yeah, and his smite is still on the sword. After that, Vaughn, you're up.
Oh, I seeing what he's trying to do. I just, hey, look at me, buddy. It's you and me. You don't really have eyeballs, but I'm imagining them. You do. I do, and it just.
Is this for the ghost? Is this the ghost or the Bone Knight?
This is the Bone Knight.
Excellent.
I'm trying to make eye contact where there's none.
Yeah, and you're like looking into like the skeleton like face shield eye holes, and they appear to be just eye holes. There's nothing behind that.
Oh, that's real creepy. All right, die. Okay, I'm using 2 attacks and then flurry of blows.
Got it.
I'm just rolling all the attack damage. 1 natural 20, 124, 116.
No.
Okay, and 110.
Yeah, so the first 2 hit and one of them's a crit, so it's basically like 3 hits.
Yes. The total damage of 4 plus 1d6. 12. 16 damage.
16 damage total. Great.
16 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
If that helps.
And I think the first 2 hit really well, just like a jumping up, like smack him in the jaw, turn around, hit him right in the kidney where his kidneys should be, and then as you get ready to do the next 2 hits, Hellish Rebuke kicks off. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, Jason came here to mess us up today.
It's okay, I'm good at those, I think.
I didn't come to play, I came to play. Okay.
24.
Very good. You only take half. So you take a total of 4. That is after the half of fire damage. I don't think so.
You said 4?
Yeah, 4 total. That is after the half.
Okay.
Anything else for you, Vaughn?
That'll be it.
Great. Owl, the remaining ghosty comes swooping over you to you.
Unreal! There are more people here, Ghost!
There are, but you do notice that it chooses not to phase through the Mobius strip. And he's going to make an attack. It's only a 7, though. It's going to miss.
I dodge it. Whew.
Nice. Yeah, that's all he's got. He just kind of floats closer, takes a swipe, and then he goes into the wall behind you and pops out someplace else, further away. So he's not in melee range.
Chicken!
It turns. Bob and weave. All right. After that, Zalexi, you're up.
All right. How much does a sword made of bone weigh?
Yes. Quite a bit. I'm going to guess it's probably a good 10, 20 pounds.
That's a very important distinction. Is it 10 pounds?
This
A
seems
medieval bastard sword is 8 pounds.
Oh, really? Then I'm gonna say this is made of bone, so I'm gonna say it's probably less than 8.
I like that.
Quincy says it's 10 and a half. I'm gonna say it's less than 8 because bone is less than metal. Bone weighs less than metal, so it's going to be. Let's say it's 6. I'll meet you at 6.
Okay, it's because I didn't. It's because I didn't recognize Quincy's Tavern earlier on. So
Yeah,
I'm
he
gonna cast...
he didn't come to breathing around either.
So I'm going to with kind of like just the as dumb as it's going to be. I'm going to reach with my hand, and I'm going to touch his sword, and I'm going to cast Immovable Object on his sword.
Love that. Okay.
Which can hold up to 4,000 pounds worth of weight, and he will need to make strength DCs to move the object up to 10 foot.
Wow, and there's no save for this?
Nope. But it is touch, so I mean, obviously, if I need to be able to touch said object.
I mean, he's been up in your grill this whole time. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, great.
Cool. As he does so, I'm then going to very casually walk away because his weapon, I presume, won't threaten me at present while I'm leaving.
Okay.
Cool guys don't look at explosions. Just walk.
You're leaving me with him.
No, I'm just getting a run up. I'm going to move 15 foot away.
Okay. All right, good job. He's kind of like, and he spends like all that time like just like yanking on it, trying to get it to move, and he just cannot. Okay. Next up is Sage.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, can I modify that ever so slightly? Can I move 15? So I'm 15 foot away, with him interposed between us and the roper.
The roper's kind of behind you, and the bone guy was in front of you. So
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I want to move around him and then behind him.
Yeah. That's absolutely
That's what I
fine.
mean.
Yeah. So from back of the cave to front of the cave is the owl, the transmodal Mobius strip, Zalexi, Bone Knight, Sage is there someplace nearby, and then the roper guarding the entrance of the cave.
Cool. I just more mean if the roper decides to whippity whip, I wanted to hit the Bone Knight before it hits me.
Got it. All right, Sage, you're up.
So I still have your staff, right, Zalexi?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm going to use, I'm going to do a melee attack with the staff to try and hit the bone fighter dude. Let's see. I'm going to use a luck point because I do have the lucky feat to reroll that.
Great.
Oh, please. Gosh darn it. Okay. First attack misses. It's an 18. I I'm going to then take out my short sword and make a second attack with my 2-weapon fighting.
All right, I like it.
Yep. Please be better, please. Nope, it's an 18 again. Sage is just swinging.
Just doing her best. Just her squishmallow little arms. Just ah.
I feel like I'm like hitting his like shins and knees, but it's like not doing anything. But I do want to like stay in his like field, so I'm not like getting an opportunity attack. But I want to get away from the roper. So I want to like move around him. So I'm in front of Zelexi, still within 5 feet of him, but away from the roper.
Okay, makes sense to me. I like that. And you guys are trying to keep from getting surrounded. It's a great choice.
Yes.
I'm trying to hit him.
Unfortunately, the reach of that roper is, let me look at it. Oh, yeah, 25 feet.
Okay.
I attempted.
Yeah, actually 50 feet. It can reach anywhere in this cave, but it's still a sound idea. And actually, it's going to make 2 attacks on you, Sage, and 2 attacks on you, Zelexi, to try to grab you guys.
Do we get any cover from the knight that I hid behind?
Because it's tentacles, I don't think so, because it can just like worm us. I mean, I'll give you a +2 for half cover.
Nice. Could I petition? Could I approach the bench? I have a D6 thing for my audience stuff. Can I use it to absorb Sage's attack?
I'll be fine. I'm fine.
I'll be fine too. I have a thing.
We're both squishy, but
I'm not so squishy. I have a thing. It's good.
okay.
Yeah, I'll take that bet.
Okay.
It's a 21 to hit on the first one. Actually the second one, but still.
For me?
No, this is for Zelexi.
Yep, that'll hit.
Because he just volunteered as tribute.
Yeah.
Great. And you know what? It's going to grab you. Nope, that's a no. Okay, and that one's a 26. So
Oh my god.
So 2 tentacles grab you by the legs.
Sweet.
And
As they do so,
yes.
my armor of Agathis kicks in. He takes 30 damage.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Yeah, it like shrieks. The ground spike shrieks and pulls you in, and it's going to make a bite attack on your leg. Does a 14 hit?
It does not hit. I was just debating whether or not I just want to relent, but yeah, no, it will not hit.
Okay. No, and you're still squirming and fighting it. Tentacle versus tentacle. The match of the century. Owl, you're up.
All right. So much has happened.
It's only been 2 rounds.
Firstly, do I see the Ghost of Darkness?
The ghost you've been fighting, or the Bone Knight?
The ghost I've been fighting.
Yes, you do. He's out of melee range, but he is reachable.
Okay. And how far away is because I see that this living spike in the ground is really railing on my friends right now. How far away is this spike from me?
It's going to be the roper's going to be about 50 feet from your location, because you're the back of the cave. He's back at the entrance.
Good enough for me. He's still surrounded by my friends. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, quite literally with Zelexi.
I am going to form a couple of my psionic daggers. I'm just gonna be I'm just gonna start chucking my daggers at him. I don't know this roper's AC, so I will not do whatchamacallit, sharpshooter.
Okay.
So let's see what we get. Oh my god, that was so bad! So 9 probably does not hit it.
No.
Okay, so bonus action, I'm going to... Not with that die. I'm going to do another psionic... Oh, much better. 19 plus 7 definitely hits.
That hits, yes.
26. So for that one, I only do a D4. Oh god, that was bad. But I still get sneak attack damage. Plus my elemental damage. Ah! Not bad, not bad. I'm about to do psychic and
You can mix it. It's okay.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So let's see. 17 points of a radiant psychic damage to its eyeball. And that is my turn.
Yeah, it takes that damage. Some of the tentacles are kind of in the way and like to protect its eye a little bit. One of them gets like sheared off, and you see it grow that tentacle back. Bone Knight lets go of his sword, realizing that's just not going to work. And Dag, Zalexi seems occupied. Vaughn, what are you doing? You've been trying to punch him, right?
Yeah.
Great. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Ah.
He turns and his eyes just like flash for a moment. And if you 9, and do you have any resistances to like charm or anything?
Sleep. I can't be put to sleep.
Great. A twisted crown of jagged iron appears on your head, and a madness glows in your eyes.
No!
You must use your action before moving on each of your turns to make an attack against a creature other than the Bone Knight. Okay, we'll see. Other than itself that you mentally choose. Yeah, so basically on your turn before you move, you need to attack, let's say, Zalexi.
Uh-oh.
and then you can move.
I'm in danger.
I just like you see Vaughn just freeze. The crown appears, and then slowly turns to Zalexi, and he actually looks undead in his movement, like it's almost like bones creaking, and he just shifts over. And as he does, the lovable Vaughn takes a boomerang out of his back pocket.
You want to hit the Aussie with a boomerang?
I chose a boomerang. I got rid of everything. I chose a boomerang. I was like, I'm going to be in a game with Dag. And he throws the boomerang at you.
Of course you do.
I like how like we've got like the undead guy, the tentacle boy, the broody dark mental dagger slashy boy, and then we have Sage who's just like, why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? And who will also secretly stab you in the face.
Sage is the deadliest. What are you talking about?
Oh, I know. I like every time I almost forget that I go, no. I remember what she did to my beautiful, beautiful monsters. What's the attack roll?
18 to hit.
18. As this boomerang flies towards Zalexi's big side brain pieces sort of pulse again, and you watch as what looks to be a series of tentacles erupt out of the etherealness space between him and Vaughn, and you watch as they then whip around and make a shield of these fleshy-like tentacles. As I cast shield, and the boomerang hits the business end of that shield.
Oh, that's so cool! I'm sorry about this, but I have to keep trying to kill you right now. And he just starts walking towards you. I'm assuming, how far away are you?
How far did the creature drag me?
Oh, he's only like probably 15 feet away.
Yeah, so I just walk right up to you. I'm like, you're really cool. You're really cool. Those tentacles, I wish I could, but right now, and he picks up the boomerang off.
Yeah, now also, Cole, your movement is up to you.
Well, you told me to attack.
Right, but it says before you use your movement, you have to attack the creature I indicate. But your movement is up to you.
Oh.
Do you see the flaw inherent to the system?
So that Mobius strip,
Yeah.
is that how where is that? Is that like
It's
5 feet above
it's
the
like
ground?
it's like yeah, it's like shoulder height and maybe about 10 feet away from you.
Can I walk into it?
You absolutely could.
Am I able to touch it?
There's one way to find out. I mean, it's within reach.
I have a bonus action. I don't have an action.
You sure do. You have movement and a bonus action.
Can I walk up to it and touch it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm crazy.
Great. You walk up to it and you touch it, and it responds. It recoils from your touch almost and coalesces into a 10-foot tall, 5-foot wide, 1-foot thick pillar, like a slab. And etched on it, because this thing looks like it's always been there, with deep grooves of crude drawings of 4 figures standing before what looks to be rough drawings of an explosion, of something being destroyed. And beyond that, there is scattering, like meteors hitting some kind of surface. And then beyond that, you see that the image carved there flickers between those pieces destroying the land that it hits, or those pieces reforming into a shape on the land that it strikes. But the images keep shifting and then it goes blank. I think that was your movement, action, and bonus action.
Yep.
Great. Vaughn. Oh, Spectre gets to attack. Gets to attack. Owl. He's still coming for you. Does
Rude.
a 16 hit, sir?
It just misses. Whoo! I'm dodging again. I'm like all ninja over here.
Yeah, it just like streaks by like and misses you completely and gets 1 attack. And that's it for him. Zalexi, you are up. You're being grappled, tried to be bit at, and for some reason Vaughn's throwing a curved stick at you.
This has been a very complicated series of minutes.
Imagine how I feel.
Okay. So, first of all, I feel like I'm going to ask Sage, are you all right?
Yes, I'm just morally defeated.
Oh no.
That's very sad. Okay. I'm going to say something like this. Sage, I've only known you for 2 hours now. And but you have made me feel more human than anyone in this world. And even though I may look like a monster, I know that with you by my side, I can have the heart of a hero. And I'm gonna plant my staff in the ground, like again doing that whole like little hovery thing. But for now, I need you to look away. And I'm gonna grab the roper by the side of its stalactite, and you watch as these tendrils separate, and I'm going to try and devour it. Eat me, you mother! I will. And I'm just going to try and devour it.
Yeah. Great speech. And that's also the speech people usually give before they decide to self-sacrifice or launch the nuke or something like that. So this tracks. What is the mechanic here? What do I need to roll?
Nothing. It is a 16 to hit the creature.
That's not going to do it.
Do I have anything else? Come on,
It
baby.
basically has stone skin. I mean, you got to chomp on that thing.
It does.
If you can bump it up just a little, well, some.
Am I potentially flanking with Sage? Because she is equipped with my stuff.
What should I do, chat? Should I give him flanking or not?
I was trying to look to see if I could give you my luck points, but I don't think I can.
What say you, Chad?
Yeah,
What say, chat?
the luck points that you have, like, by your feet, no. The luck points from chat,
Yeah.
you could, yeah.
I only got one
Give him
attack.
flanking. Yes. All right. Light. Okay, I'm not taking the comments from Lightbox Gnome.
You're not supposed to read the name.
Let him flank. Okay, Dag. So that's 2 votes for no. All right, you have flanking. You can reroll it.
All right, sweet. Let's try that again. Okay,
Watch him get
Make
a
it
4.
cool.
that is 19.
That hits.
Yes! All right, which brings us to 11 points of psychic damage.
Okay.
And he is now grappled as I am like basically having these tendrils wrap around him, squeezing against him, and I'm trying to
Eat his brain.
basically eat his brain.
Yeah. So you're grappling him with your tentacles, and he's grappling you with his.
Yeah, it's
So-
it's a battle of hunger to see who will eat who first.
This is kind of hot.
I like that he wasn't like, oh, I think that's unlocked something in me. He was just like, no, I already knew this about myself, and I'm into it. Love you, buddy. Okay, Sage, you're up next, I guess.
Yeah, so I think that because, as Alexi said, to look away, I literally have like my hat down and I'm like feeling around. And because I'm close to the bone guy, I feel like for the shin guards,
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna be like,
Flip you!
and I'm gonna slap and do a 2nd level inflict wounds on him.
Okay.
I have to, let's see. That's still an attack roll.
Yes, it is. And he's got crazy armor.
Okay. But I got luck points.
Yes, you do.
Okay. Let's see. Inflict wounds is +4. That's 18 + 4, 22.
That's going to hit.
Second
Now,
level is 4d10.
great.
But
He has resistant to necrotic.
that's okay. That's okay.
But yeah, because you're like, yeah, listen, this is going to be a big number. It doesn't matter.
I mean, we're gonna roll high, right? We're
gonna roll high.
We're gonna roll high. That's what we're going
The
for.
plan is to manipulate the polyhedrals into rolling high.
Yep. Okay. Let's see.
And I'll be thinking you're going to be up here in a second after the roper tries to eat him first.
Okay, let's see. So that is 18, 22. So that's 11 damage because he has
After resistance. Okay.
Yeah.
You guys are whittling him down for sure. He is bloodied, as it were.
Okay.
And you took care of his weapon, which is his best move.
Okay. That's all I can do.
All right, great. Yeah, so it's going to try and bite you, Dag, as it kind of pulls you in. I don't think it's going to do it, though. It's a 13?
13 will not. Question: if it's maintaining the grapple, that doesn't count as a melee attack, does it?
No, it doesn't count as a melee attack, no, but the bite does.
Okay. How vicious do these bites look? I mean, like, so I've taken no damage and I've got 15 temporary hit points.
Mm-hmm. I mean, listen, it's a big old, like, orifice of snatchy bite.
Let's try it. It can bite me. I'm gonna relent. I will allow it to take a chomp.
I feel like this is a trick, and I'm okay
It
with
is.
it. 23 points of damage.
All right. It takes 15 points of cold damage from my Armor of Agathis.
Okay.
All right, and now I'm damaged.
I like how GW's been muted, and I can still see him clearly say, "Oh my god, you've activated my trap card." Okay. Yeah, the roper was not happy with that. And your eyes continuing like tit for tat, like who can eat each other first, grabbing the tentacles thing over here. That I'm sure. Never mind. Okay. That was the roper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Yep. Owl, you're up.
All right, so this roper just seems to just be. We need big brain weird guy on the knight and not the roper. We need this roper down. So I'm going to stay next to this this darkness shadow ghost, and I'm going to throw psionic blades at the roper.
Oh, great. Okay.
Here we go. Ooh, okay. This doesn't look bad. So, or maybe it does. I don't know. So I rolled 2 17s to hit the roper.
That misses.
Ah! Okay. And I have nothing to add to it.
Dag just barely got it with a 19.
Gotcha. All right, that was that. I'm not gonna move because I don't want this thing to
Now I
get
want
a free hit.
Yeah, I want to remind you guys. Chat did this to you. This roper didn't have to be here.
Don't you blame Chat, Jason?
No, I'm not blaming. I'm attributing.
Chat out of your mouth.
It was Chad.
Keep your chat's name out your mouth.
Oh God. So I'm gonna stay here, and that was my turn. I'm just gonna try to take out the roper and try to like dodge this ghost, and that's me.
I like the ghost. You're like, look at it, like move. Okay. The Bone Knight is. Hey, Dag, is the immovable object a concentration spell?
It is absolutely not a concentration spell, so it is just hovering there, enjoying its life for the
Sweet.
next hour.
Sweet, love that for you. I'm just looking because, like, without his weapon, a lot of the stuff he has.
Picks up a brick and just
Honestly,
just-
though, yeah. Yeah, he turns around, looks at you, Owl, and is going to do 2 unarmed attacks.
The knight, the big knight.
Yep.
As it's coming, I'm just like, dude.
A 15 and a 13.
Shoot! I'm dodging.
And as you're dodging, you're close enough to him now that you can actually hear him speak for the first time, and he says, "Nothing is coming for you."
Oh.
Next up, Vaughn. You need to attack the owl, and then let me think about this.
Do I wisdom saving throw or?
Yes, you can. Oh, actually, no, it drops. I didn't read it. I have to use my action to maintain control, and so he didn't do that. So the Crown of Madness dropped. So on your turn, you have some homegrown madness to take care of. You're in front of this slate, massive slate with this story and pictograms being shown to you, but the ending keeps changing as though it can't decide. What would you like to do?
And I'm projecting this image directly into Zalexi's mind as it's changing. I'm like just projecting my vision through the connection.
I'm a little busy.
I need help. I need homework help, please.
I'm sorry, your magical tutor's in another castle.
I mean, do I know anything about? I mean, can I piece anything from that, or?
It seems to be telling the story of the Sundering, and the ending is unsure.
Nah, I got
Should I
nothing.
keep touching it?
Yep. I mean, yep. It's not.
Okay.
If you're not in pain, if it's not killing you, I mean.
Got it. I'm gonna try and punch the slate in front of me.
You're gonna sunder the slate in the
I'm gonna
sunder.
I'm gonna try and punch it.
Oh,
I'm
we're
about-
the origins of this world. That makes sense.
This
Perfect,
works
yeah.
most of the time. Punch things. This is exactly what I was trained to do.
Roll damage.
Oh, just straight up
It's
no.
on yourself.
I'm not going to worry about to hit, because it doesn't make any sense to me.
8.
You're going to just punch it once, Monk?
Yeah, I'm gonna punch it and then see what happens.
The impression of your fist indents, and the image of the ending stops changing, and now the ending is the indentation of your fist.
gonna tap it, and I'm gonna hand of healing the slab. I'm gonna try and heal it. I'm gonna try and heal the spot.
It goes blank.
The entire thing.
Yes, but it starts with the indent of your hand, of your fist. And then the story recedes as though being uncarved.
Lexi, I broke it.
The slab melts, turning from solid to liquid to a gas of some sort. The gases swirl around you and dissipate, and it's gone.
Oh.
Don't tell the priests.
Didn't I sever the connection with what I was sharing with Alexei. So it turned into a gas and just disappeared? Did it go anywhere?
If you had to guess, the gas floated up.
Did I breathe in any of the gas? Should I be concerned? Mercury
Don't-
poisoning is a real thing.
I don't know how to answer that. With the tools you have available.
Do I feel weird after the healing?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You don't have a sudden desire to become a hat maker, no.
And looking around, none of the enemies have changed.
That's a great question. The Bone Knight starts to turn insubstantial again into that shape of shadow and nothing, and becomes intangible and less defined over and over. And Owl, he was trying to punch you, right? And he kind of stands up and just dead eyes you until he turns into a two-dimensional black shape outline again and disappears. Zalexi, you can feel that the bone sword's gone, and you don't see the specter anywhere, Owl. The Roper, however, is still there.
I don't know whether to be happy about this or not.
Sage, with her hat down, thinking that she hit him, was like, "Yeah, I did it."
Yes. Okay. So Zalexi, Sage, then the Roper.
Okay. Zalexi's still hanging onto his grapple as he's kind of been bitten. This is just a brutal fight. He's kind of abandoned his defenses and stuff like that. This is just pure unbridled hunger. I am now going to unleash another stunning pulse, and I'm going to target the Roper's brain directly. So I'm going to slam the squishy part of my forehead against it and just...
And it needs to make a save, right?
Intelligence save.
No, my one weakness. What's your DC?
My DC is 13.
Yeah, no, I didn't save.
Wow.
All right.
His is 7 intelligence.
You fool. All right, that is 15 points of psychic damage,
Okay.
and he is stunned for 1 round.
So you feel its focus lose its focus, and you feel that oh so satisfying crack when the bone around a brain has finally been popped.
Yes, I am
Dad,
going
this
to...
is not a sentence I thought I would say today, but how would you like to eat its brain?
So a Roper is like a stalactite with a rocky, sort of leathery kind of carapace kind of skin.
Correct.
You hear the sound of almost like a walnut cracking as these tentacles, the 2 at the front and the 2 at the back, basically push to sort of expose what looks to be meat that's very akin to oyster or scallop or something like that. You know, that moment where that shell gives way and it stretches as those sinews spread apart. But even though the meat itself, succulent and sweet though it is not what he is looking for as he continues to stretch it outwards, exposing the brain within. with a series of serrated teeth that stretch forward like a shark, reaching to kind of grab around the brain. You see these needle-like appendages pierce into the brain itself, and with one single, almost sickeningly satisfying slurp, you watch as it spirals down the gullet as this lump goes down.
You know I only got affiliate last month, right? I'm going to get demonetized.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There goes the TOS.
There it goes. All
Content
right.
warning.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look, it had it coming. It tried to eat me. It lost that fight.
Correct.
What's going on?
I'm gonna put my tentacles away and just sort of like wipe my lips with like the cerebrospinal fluid and say, "It's fine. You can look now."
I like how we started the adventure suspecting one of them was a vampire. We just got the wrong one. There are no more enemies to fight. And the fragment of the Sundering is gone. What would you guys like to do?
I want to see if I understand what Vaughn just did, and if it's a good thing or not.
I would also like that. I would also like to understand what just happened. Someone tell me how to feel.
Someone tell me how to feel.
All right. I suspect that what you showed is the lesson itself. The ending to the story is both in the past, the present, and the future, changing, shifting, and not solid in any particular way. The Sundering has already happened and is also yet to happen. And as long as there are people like us who come down here, it will constantly shift and change. I'm pulling that straight out of my ass.
Tentacle, yes.
So I fixed the world, is what you're telling me.
Sure, why not?
Something though to consider is that the bone armor guy went away too when it dissipated, right? I didn't I didn't do that, did I?
You did.
You did.
I was
You did
very
do that,
proud. Very
right?
proud
like
of you.
a second before.
I really want to do an insight check to see if they're lying. to me.
Annihilated. I'm gonna use friend on. I'm gonna use my spell friend, and I'm gonna roll deception with advantage.
No, how dare you?
I'm assuming
That is a 21.
Insight +4. Hey, I got 21 too.
Aw.
You
So-
can choose to believe it.
Yeah, it's a
I don't think I did it. So if I didn't do it, then that bone armor guy is associated with that floating mercury thing. I don't know if that's good that it's gone. Maybe location's changed.
DM, can I investigate?
Yeah, go ahead.
Does anyone have any cold spells? I mean, if it's a gas and we saw it going through the entire transpiration process, if we just have the cold in the air, maybe it'll condense again.
Ah, yes. Sage, the science mage, rears her head.
Yeah, I learned that at Strixhaven.
I could potentially pull it all together.
I only rolled a 10.
I don't have a lot of magic.
All right. You know what? We're coming to the midnight hour. Let's try this. I'm gonna use my last second level spell. I'm gonna use Magnify Gravity again to create a central point and try to coalesce everything into the center of that spell.
Roll me Arcana.
Oh no. I'm actually not bad at Arcana. Okay. I am when I roll a natural 1, so that is a 7.
There does seem to be a moat of whatever substance that was that does coalesce, but it appears to be mercury-like, and it is floating about 2 feet above the floor, no bigger than a standard D20.
Ooh, I take out my ink bottle. I'm glug 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 glug. Ink.
Okay. It sloshes and then turns to a ball and then sloshes.
I got a thing.
Can I touch it again?
No,
Okay.
no. We should take it back to the.
And she like taps the
Yes.
star thing.
We should take him back to here.
To the hall?
Yeah.
Well, you don't think we should give this to the church guys and have this be their sacred thing rather than a sacred place?
Is
Would they use it as a reason to hate the other?
And remember, they're waiting to hear an answer from you guys.
Well, we can tell them the answer. We don't have to give it physically to them.
we could tell them what happened and just say that it healed the world. We put the puzzle piece back in the thing and then take the actual thing back to Greywatch.
But are we lying if we say we healed it?
Really?
That's a bit of a stretch.
Most of it's not here.
But
Al,
that
you've
doesn't mean
been
it's gone.
Al, you've been remarkably quiet. What do you think?
I'm absorbing. A lot's happened that a lot of us don't understand. And I definitely think we did our job. We came down here to figure out what was going on. We got information. We can go share that information and figure out what to do with your vial after.
I like
Wait,
that.
We have to. The prophecy said to settle the dispute, right?
The prophecy said, rejoin or restart. This is the question where belief departs. Settle the debate for darkness to abate.
Settle the debate. Does that mean actually settle the debate between the two? Or can we say now that we've got this, we've settled the universal question, right?
That is
I
the
think until we
problem
have
with
to-
cryptic prophecies, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it means we have to pick sides. We can't let and let live. Both are opposing values, and one needs to be emerge victorious.
Ah. Well, I say we take the odd, potentially dangerous artifact to the Flumps. And we just lay it all out there for the two churches above us. And tell them and just be like, listen, just lay it out there. Just be like, we don't trust either of you with this, and we think it's best if neither of you fights over it, and so we're just going to take it as the neutral third party here away.
I want to throw this out just to Jason for fun. How hard would it be for, say, a player character who, say, has a very prominent religion to convince them to give up their religion and just take up a completely new one that has nothing to do with this? You know, something to do with like a religion surrounding rain and lily pads and stuff like that. I mean, hypothetically speaking.
Pad lady, lily pad lady.
I'm going to guess that you've talked to people who have deep faith before.
Okay.
Maybe in the airport. Maybe they came to your door. And I want you to really think about the question you just asked and listen to it again real slow.
Look.
You know, we already know that they said whatever information, whether it's good or bad, they want it, and they want to make their own decisions. I say we give them what we got. If that fixes them, if they are able to understand this very cryptic situation, then yay for them. Yay religion. And if they don't, and they hate each other and want to kill each other, that's on us. If it's bad enough, the 3 tentacle guys will just send us right back.
Who is going to give the recap? Because it sounds like what you guys are going to do is say, hey, here's what happened. You said you guys wanted the truth. Here's the deal. And then you're going to take the artifact back to Greywatch.
Sage, I think since you're kind of the one here with a really true faith, maybe it'll come better. It'll be taken better coming from you, a person of faith.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
She starts plodding along.
Yeah. So Sage, you guys emerge from the crystal cave to see Brother Andrew and Bishop Chuck waiting at the entrance, kind of with bated breath, as the entirety of their theological lives rests on what you're about to say. And what is the recap you give them as we close the stream?
I think looking at both of them, Sage just kind of like takes like a seat in front of them and like motions for them to sit down, crisscross applesauce. Like, okay, here's the
Yeah, it's surprisingly easy to get them to do it.
Yeah, I'm sure. And then Sage is gonna say,
So when we went down there was a lot, as you mentioned, cosmic energy in there. But something that we found was this ever evolving, like mercury substance. And I don't know if either of you recognize that or not, but it basically went through all phases of solidifying, becoming gaseous, liquidizing, and so on. It was a cycle. But something else that we saw down there was something protecting it or even associated with it. But we have the sample here, a smaller version of it. And when we tried to interact with it, it showed differing possibilities of an end. And I think at this point, Vaughn, you were mentioning 2 different ends, but I don't know what those ends were and how they differed. One was the world being destroyed.
Yeah, and one was being reformed.
One was being
reset
reformed.
and reformed. Yeah.
Reset and reformed. Okay. I relay those 2 possibilities.
But when it was interacted with, it suddenly went blank. So there is no final answer. But what I can say is that based on our actions and how we treat one another, I'm sure that will result in chaos or peace. It is up to you, regardless of how differing you choose to live your lives, if you choose to live in chaos or peace. The little sample that we have here, although smaller than what we saw, is still something that should be examined. And therefore, as the neutral third party, we will take it to our organization for safekeeping and protection for both of your religions. No favoritism, no bias. Can we agree with that?
They look at you, they look at each other, and Chuck goes, that makes perfect sense. And Andrew goes, yes, remember? At the first council? Yes. They stand up, they hug each other, and they go, we should have a conference. Yes, this is a whole new interpretation, and just keep talking to each other, and they leave. Like, clearly excited about some new revelation based on what you just said. And you're basically as confused as you actually are.
I feel like Sage, like, even though Sage is like confused and everything, I think Sage like knows all the religious and faith-based answers. I'm just like, nice. I can't say I understood everything, but nice.
We should get back to the hall.
I got this.
Yes.
And Vaughn just goes and shoulder checks a door, like slamming the badge into it.
Yeah, the badge touches the frame lights up, the door opens, and you return to the hall. as full-fledged members.
Confused as ever.
Full-fledged members of the Grey Watch. Thank you so much for watching our stream, everybody. Chat, you have been great. Never change. We are going to end this thing and then go raid our friend Kyle, Nomad's Land official.
Aw. It's his birthday.
It's a birthday stream. So when we get in there, you'll have everyone just say birthday and all like with an exclamation point. Not happy birthday, just birthday. If you want to spell it birthday, you can do that too. But before we close it all out, thank you so much for watching. We really appreciate it. Let me have my players introduce themselves one last time and where people can find them. And then we'll in and out the stream. Let's start the way we did before. Jackie, let's have you go first.
Hi everyone, I played Sage Brenner tonight. You can find me on all social medias under the username Jackie_Ilana_Chan. It was amazing being able to play D&D again. Thank you guys everyone for watching.
And GW.
Hey guys, I'm GW. I played the Owl tonight. It was a blast. You can find me on IG and Twitter under GW005, 2B2 zeros. Thanks for having me.
It's a delight to have you as well. Dag.
G'day guys, my name's Michael, I'm the Dead Aussie Gamer. This is not my place, but this is my face, and if you want to find it, you can find it over on Twitch at twitch.tv/DeadAussieGamer, where I do a ton of TTRPG stuff, mostly Pathfinder, some D&D. We just hang out, we have a good time, we share in all the things that we love about gaming. I'm also a regular cast member over at Careful Cantrip. Season 2 is just wrapping up, so if you want to check it out and join us on probably the best romance arc I've ever done with a character, go and check out Careful Cantrip. I'm also starting a new show on one-shot campaigns with the Dear Duke from One Shot Questers, which is available on Spotify and YouTube, called Monsters in the Mist, a City of Mist adventure in which we're trying to put the monsters from the Monster Manual back in the Monster Manual. So it's a lot of fun, really, really cool time. And yeah, go check out all the cool stuff. And that's me.
And Lightbox Gnome, Cole.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. I'm Cole Lightbox Gnome. I played Von Posithia Bon Officium. I don't fully memorize his name yet. And I had a wonderful time tonight. You can find me over on Instagram and the TikToks and the Twitch at the Lightbox Gnome. It's a very unique name that's very difficult to spell sometimes. And thank you very much, everyone, for playing the D&D with me. I appreciate it. And also, who is D? Jason?
Yeah, and I've been your DM. I would love you guys to join the Discord. I will make sure that there is a fan art page, if there's not already one, for us to use for this, because I think there's a lot of really talented people in chat and stream. Thank you to all of my players. I really appreciate it. We're going to do this again next month with most of the same cast. The way this is going to work is we have our core cast of Sage, the Owl, and Vaughn, along with our other friend Jonathan, who'll be here next month, and then one or two guests every time. One of our guests couldn't make it this time because their internet went down. So Sir Pfeffers will have to have him back. But until then, I'm Jason Russell. You can find me at Critical Dice. You can find me on Instagram and heaven help us TikTok, and apparently also here on Twitch. And it's been my joy to stream with you guys. This has been a lot of fun.